Whitley and John Turner, and congratulate the Scott County ladies softball team on their state championship. Coaches and ladies, what honor and recognition you bring to our city and our county. You did a wonderful job, and we're so proud of you. So go have a good banquet.
Not yet, if you don't mind.
No.
Seniors, get over there in front of the logo right there. Shorter players.
Look at them all, they're all coming over.
Ladies, don't be offended. I've had that problem all my life.
There. There. You. There. Okay, taller players come up in front here and kneel. There we go. Let's see.
Picture. Hey Jeff, you need to get in there. Coach needs to be in there.
Now, here's the thing, ladies. If you can't see the camera can't see you. Okay?
Hey Dan,
It looks.
I'm gonna put the coach in there.
No. Yes. I'll tell you what. Go over there on that side.
Don't take it personally. Of course, you didn't do nothing, I know, but you know, you didn't do anything. We know, you know. Oh, accident waiting to
Just like
happen, Megan.
Nancy.
On your way.
Are you on your tippy toes?
I'll stay on my tippy toes.
He's standing on the chair.
Okay, another. That'll do. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you all.
Congratulations. Glad you can make it down tonight.
Here we go.
Hey,
You know what this means, Jeff?
What
Once
an
you
honor.
win it, they expect it again and again and again.
Thanks, everyone.
Jeff.
I didn't know you. I thought you were your brother.
Give his proclamation to you.
I see Robbie all the time.
Thank you, buddy.
Speaking of that, probably remind him.
Congratulations. Oh, that's for you.
Oh, that's nice.
Please mention in mayor's comments. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's one of the fun things we get to do. Okay, next we have approval of our minutes. We have two, one for June 9th, one for June the 16th. One was a special meeting. Could we please have a motion for approval of both of those at once? Motion second. Any discussion on the minutes? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. You notice we don't have any check register. We've been busy switching over to the new system, and we haven't written any. So we're okay there.
Wow, that's good, man. Keep going.
All right. I'll do that down here when I get to this section. Okay, next we have public comment. We have quite a few people that would like to address the council tonight. Keep in mind, we have a 4-minute time limit so that we can give everyone an opportunity. Willow Lane, Ms. Walker, Ms. Moore.
My name is Cynthia Walker, and I live on Willow Lane, and this is not a new subject. I think you all know that. I sent some pictures in of the last rain that was really bad a couple of weeks ago. It is ridiculous. The vegetation, as they called it, that was supposed to stop the runoff, did nothing. In addition, they've now put another little mound up there, which has all kinds of divots in it where they have not put anything on it. I've done some investigation myself, looking on the Division of Water. By the way, I have turned them into the state, and there is an ongoing investigation at this time. And it appears that if they are not going to work on a site for 10 days or greater, that they have to do something to the ground. They have now opened up ground over at Reading. They've done nothing with it. They moved stuff onto a guy's property. He had to come out and force them to move it back off of their property. So not only are they causing problems on Willow now, they're causing problems on Reading. It's out of control, and I thought that there was a plan for you guys to help us out, but it doesn't seem like anything's getting done. And I just want to know when we can expect something to be done.
Has there been anybody out at the property digging, doing any test digging or anything along those lines?
They have started 3 new homes to the right of our property in the back. Directly behind my house is a huge mound of dirt with your vegetation, as they called it, which is a bunch of weeds, and then another mound of dirt. And it's just pretty much straight down. We put up a fence, which is now buried this much in mud from the last rain. Their silt fence that is supposed to be multiple rows of silt fences on an incline never happened. They're not burying the bottom of the silt fence, so it's coming under it. It's just crazy. I mean, they're doing nothing.
From the backyard down to the road or down to the apartments, has there been any
Nothing.
digging?
Nothing.
Yeah, Andrew, I drove over there after Cynthia sent me the pictures the last time, and it's a worse situation today than it was a year ago. I know I sent the email out today with another copy of those pictures. Do we have any way to halt any inspections for them until this is cleared up? Because that is the only way that we're going to manhandle this and make this get resolved.
Not to my knowledge, but I will research that fully. and
You
get
might
back
want to
you.
check too on their water, stormwater permit or whatever, wastewater permit. If that is phase 2, when I talk to the state, it is not active. Phase 3 is, but their permit for phase 2 was lapsed.
We'll talk to the state. The update here's what I know as of right now. And that is that Brent over at Planning and Zoning talked to all the individual homeowners and essentially got permission in writing, a simple statement giving us and Dominion permission to go back there and dig some holes to accurately determine where utility lines would be so that they can finalize the plan, so that the easements can be granted, and then so that the work can be bid out. There's quite a few steps that still have to take place. I'm not trying to make any excuses. I'm just trying to say what has to happen.
My question is, how long does it take for these steps? Because this has been years.
Yeah, this
This is ridiculous.
Andrew,
understand.
we've got to expedite this. This is ridiculous. It's worse
It's
now
not a
than it
6-month
was.
stint. This has been going on for years.
Yeah. What can we do as a body
Yeah.
to expedite this for these? Because as soon as we get this one fixed, we're going to have 3 more probably right behind it that we're going to have to fix as well.
Well,
So-
you know, I don't know what you guys have talked to them about, but the water coming off of our area is going down into the storm drains as mud into Reading Lake, which then I guess their drainage probably goes out into that field back there, which they're getting ready to build on, and they're going to close up there. So then what's going to happen is that lake's going to overflow, and you're going to have flooded homes on Reading. So these people are out of control, and y'all need to really address it. They're working around you, they're working around the state, and I'm telling you, I've sat back and I've not done much, but I'm at the breaking point to where I'm not some stupid little kid. I know how to do my investigation and I know how to move up, and I won't stop here. I will take it to the next level, and I have support from the homeowners. It's crazy. It's ridiculous.
Andrew, has Dominion actually moved more dirt? I mean, that the problem's been exacerbated?
I don't know. That's the first that I've been told.
Well, I can tell you that they had the 2 retention ponds. They closed up the big one. They had the other one open. They closed it up right after our last meeting where they came in and talked. They closed it up, and the well that was dug, they filled it in with dirt. And when we had that big rain, it was bubbling up out of there. I mean, the water was literally bubbling up out of that well because you have your underground springs, which I can't figure out. Speaking of Dominion and their ethic, they're going to build walkout basement homes on ground with underground springs. So you've got homes that's going to be flooded there too. So y'all are going to have a wealth of problems.
If there was mitigation already with the retention ponds, can you look into whether or not those have actually been, unless you said have been closed off? I'd hate for us to think that the deal we struck with them, especially with spending money out of the city treasury, somehow gave them license to close off mitigation measures that were already in place in lieu of building a storm sewer down the line. I mean, if anything, it sounds like perhaps, more stuff has been going on, more water is being channeled down through there with the idea that Dominion thinks they're going to be able to solve the problem in a couple of years running a storm sewer through
Well,
there. And I certainly didn't want it to be that more water would go through in the interim.
Those retention ponds were built as a temporary measure, if you remember, Karen, when I was complaining about this several years ago. So they have closed them off. I mean, what they originally laid out up there is filled in now, so there's nowhere for the water to
Oh,
gather.
yes, my backyard
Well,
and everyone
sure.
else's. And out onto Seminole now.
If that's true, we need to look into it. I mean, it would certainly change my mind. It would change my mind as far as what we agreed to do that night, as far as giving some money out of the city treasury. Because I think that's a material breach, kind of the contract or the agreement we had with them.
Well, the question is whether they were given authority to do it. I mean, if it was part of the plan, and if it was, as you say, temporary, then I don't know. Well, I'll certainly look into it. But just because they filled in the retention pond and it has caused the flooding doesn't necessarily mean that they have violated some rule.
Oh, I'm not saying they violated a rule, but I think that night when we went to the step of devoting some money out of the city treasury to build that sewer line, that storm sewer line, that at least I went with a promise that at least up until the point in time when we get the sewer line done, that the problem isn't going to be exacerbated by further decisions on the part of Dominion. I mean, I'm not saying they violated a rule or some zoning ordinance. I'm saying they might have violated the spirit of the agreement we struck that night. That was a pretty big step for us to take.
Is there any, I can't remember back exactly when we did vote on it that night. This council, was that back in late 13 or was that early this year, 14, that we agreed?
I think it was late 13.
It was late 13.
Late 13, I think.
And if that's the case, my assumption, maybe I was wrong, was that was something they were going to start on just as soon as the weather broke. Maybe I assumed incorrectly.
I guess they were waiting to see just how much more we take. I mean, I apologize. I know it's not your fault, but it is very frustrating.
Gotta be frustrating.
I mean, my thing is, I've taken this to other people that's not on our side of the road because our property goes down in value, their property goes down in value. So this is growing, okay? Just so you all know, this is growing. It's no longer just the people whose yards are getting wet. And it's no longer these townhomes that are just rented out to people. This is becoming a big issue. And I'm just letting you know. I'm not going to take it from them. I don't know who gave them their godlike authority, but they think they have it. And I'm tired of being walked on.
Andrew, do you know the schedule of, obviously not off the top of your head, but is there any more work that's going to be done on the part of P&Z or Brent regarding this project
They're
within the
part of
next
the
3
plan.
weeks? Within the next 3 weeks?
I'm thinking that too. They got to play a role in this.
Well, the next 3 weeks, is there going to be any more, work done by Brent or P&Z on this project?
Right now, the project lies in the hands of Dominion and their engineer to dig
Okay.
the test lines and to finalize the design plans, and then planning and zoning will assist with obtaining the easements. Can't get the easements till you have the design that shows exactly where the line is going to go.
Okay.
So they have to work hand in hand, but right now, my understanding is the ball's in their court.
And that's not the best position for us to be in for our homeowners.
It's not. You know, and this brings about a much larger point, which is responsibility for management and maintenance of stormwater infrastructure. And that's something that Kyle has been working with our consultants to bring a presentation to you all about changes in our law regarding responsibility for this very type of issue. It's a concern from the federal government on down, because the feds are pushing stormwater management on us pretty hard. And right now, I spoke to you all, a couple of you all last week. Right now, you go and you look in a plat, and there's a dedication for these drainage easements, but there's no indication who these drainage easements are to. They just are easements out there, unlike a street, which is deeded to the city. These drainage easements exist in the public sector, if you will, but there's no indication of whether it's the homeowner's responsibility or whether it's the city's responsibility to maintain it. So you get a lot of questions about what to do in this type of situation, and no real clear guidance, and we're the only ones that can give that guidance. And at the very least, we got to give it on a prospective basis. And then there remains the challenge of what do you do about the decades worth of development that was done without that dedication, if you will. Whose responsibility is to maintain the drainage easement that either didn't get built correctly or got filled in, whether by someone else or by Mother Nature? Whose responsibility is it to make sure that functions the way it's supposed to and doesn't flood people's homes or wash into our storm drains or into the creeks? And right now, we don't have good answers, but we're hoping to bring you a plan that would help to.
We're gonna have to come up
straighten
with
that
a
out.
plan, because with all the new construction we're gonna be having, with all the people that we're looking to move into our area, we've got to get this straight. We're gonna be bothered with this time.
And you will run into problems like this and Derby Estates again and again, and the more tightly you build, the more things will overlap. And
Andrew, if we have a commercial development under construction and they're dumping excess mud or dirt on the roadways and it's going into our storm sewer system, we have the ability to go out and cite
yes, we do.
and stop work
Yes,
on
we
that
do.
job site, do we not?
do.
Then why can't we do that with Dominion Homes?
Yeah, just drive up on the street where they're building. It's covered in mud.
Well, our rules call for certain minimum standards to be met as far as silt and erosion control. I think the problem is that the ordinance is set up on a standard basis rather than a results basis, and that may be the correct way to do it, but
I can't imagine, being the pictures that we were sent over this last rain event, that we're meeting any kind of a standard
right.
for up there. So who would be the city employee or the interlocal employee that would go out and cite them
Right.
and shut the job site down?
It's the responsibility of the G Squad, Georgetown Stormwater Quality Division, which is essentially a task force consisting of planning and zoning, and city engineer and code enforcement. There's sort of a body that oversees that together.
Can we not assemble them in a very quick fashion,
You can?
show them what's going on, and have them go out and deal with this?
Yeah.
And we shut now, a few years ago, it was code enforcement. We shut down, I'm trying to remember where the work site was, but I think
Was it Barlow for the road?
we shut it down because
That's-
they didn't have the silk fencing up and the mud was coming into and we shut it down. I think it was Brester too. Was that his name?
Joe Brester.
Yeah. So we shut him down with a stop work order, and he was in my office literally on bended knee begging.
Brian Caressa was the other one.
Brian was
Yeah.
too. So we've done that with stop work orders before, and it was over. It wasn't over major.
Right.
Of course, the building fell. That was major. But we've done it over. We've done it over minor
Well,
and major things.
We will check to make sure that
My
they
yard's
meet.
washing away, so my house could fall.
The question is, what do you do? And I'm just assuming, I'm just arguing for the sake of arguing. What do you do when you go out there and they have met the minimum requirements and the stormwater pollution is happening anyway? Who's
Can I
fault is-
can I
who's
just
to
can
blame
I
on
address
that?
that? Look at those pictures, and you tell me that that silt fence is meeting any kind of code. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's laying on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't see how it's even questionable. I mean, the one picture where all the muddy water was in the middle of the intersection at Copper Kettle and Seminole.
Yep.
I mean, there's no question that is not meeting any
Right.
kind of
So we'll
standard.
go out
I would
there
like for
immediately.
the G Squad to assemble tomorrow and go out and address this. This has gone on way too long. And I'll also remind you that the engineering firm that we just signed an extension to their contract is the same engineering firm that is working for Dominion Homes. That's Strand Engineering.
Right.
And I know I've only got 4 minutes and my time's more than up, but I would just like to ask when it was they were supposed to have talked to the homeowners, because we have not been talked to, for one. So we were never asked anything, and I've not seen them on our road anywhere, nor digging to take samples of anything.
Right.
And secondly, you know, he stood in here and said that they were not allowed to change the flow rate of the water coming off the land by over a certain amount. That's crap. There is no way, because I used to be able to look out my house and it was just kind of a gradual grade. Now it's like this. So there is no way, you can't tell me water doesn't flow faster down this than it does that. No way. I'm not an engineer, but I do know that.
Well, with respect to contacting you, they only had to contact those homeowners whose property contained infrastructure that they needed to dig in. So the ones that are sort of more upstream would not have those utility pipes in the way. So it
Okay.
was the people down at the end.
I was
that
just
had-
wanting to clarify
Yeah,
that, because
sure.
I just want to let you know they did not talk to us.
I've been told that they have permission, and I've seen the permission from, I think it was only 3 homeowners, where those, problem is where this solution is going to go runs either right over top of or right adjacent to existing water and sewer. So they have to be very careful to get around that.
Okay. All right, well, that, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Is it, I don't like leaving things open-ended here. Would it be possible to
Send 'em
assemble
out
that
tomorrow.
group tomorrow?
Send them out tomorrow.
And can you send us an email and let us know what's going on, if we have the ability to
Keep you
stop,
posted.
it?
Sure.
Okay.
Let me add,
And you guys
I'd like-
have my email, so please keep me posted too, because I'd really like to know.
I will say.
I'd like to add one more question to what Mr. Penn just brought up. Excluding the G Squad that we're talking about, that we're going to assemble tomorrow. Going back to the agreement that Mr. Singer was talking about earlier that we made late last year with Dominion, I think we need to know when that's going to start. And I would like to know, if possible, by the next council meeting, so we can help answer, because we got a similar problem we're going to discuss here, I'm sure, in Derby Estates. And I think the people that live in those homes deserve, as you said, not leaving it open-ended, but deserve answers.
I would say if we put a stop work on the job site,
They'll start
they'll
working
start
on
it
it.
Thursday.
Yeah.
I think we need to, by the next council
And
meeting,
you do
if
need
not
to check
sooner.
on their permit, because according to the person I talked to in Frankfurt, when I called to formally complain, they said if that's phase 2, their permit is expired.
So that's automatically, you should be able to stop them then, shouldn't you?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the states, what they're talking about in a phase 2 permit. That's really the first I've
The
heard.
phase 2 of the development,
Oh, phase 2 of the development. Did they mention which permit they were talking about?
they're the wastewater permit.
Wastewater permit. All right. Well, I mean, I'll ask. I wasn't aware that the state had direct permitting authority with respect to.
I don't necessarily know that they do, but they looked it up to see if they had one, and they said it was expired.
That's different than stormwater,
It is.
though.
It is. I'll talk, do you remember who you talked to? I'll be glad to talk to him.
I talked to Sally Barclay. She's the person who takes the complaints
have
and
any
has
of
been
the permits
assigned
right up,
to
you can't be working
another
with
gentleman.
products.
I'm sure y'all will be
Shut
hearing
them
from me.
Unfortunately, we're at a disadvantage because our engineer's not in this country right now, but I'll do what I can. He probably has connections and knows who to call, but
Calling.
yeah, no. He left his cell phone in his house, so won't be any calling.
Yeah, he told us
Come on,
nothing.
Randy.
Thank you, Keith.
Is there a specific part of the stormwater ordinance, I guess, about, sending water or shedding water onto somebody else's property? I mean, is that more a civil matter for civil court, or is this,
It's
or is that more
encroachment. It is a civil
impound?
matter.
As far as water impoundment, is that,
I would assume that would be a civil issue, but
but I guess my point is that it seems to me the whole point of the stormwater ordinance is to try, and what Brent Combs always says is that when you put in a development, the water runoff before you put in the development should be less than when you put in the development than when you first broke ground. And if that's the whole point of the ordinance, I mean, there should be specifics within it so that these problems don't come up, so that at least we can handle these problems
should-
rather than she having to go to the Division of Water or go to civil court.
one, they need to be improved. Two, in the case of both of these developments, some of those plans have been in place for a long time, predating the modern stormwater standards. We've addressed that partially with the change that you all just made, making development plans expire after a certain time. That was a major step. That would
Yeah,
prevent this kind of
absolutely.
situation. And two, we will bring back I think they have made substantial improvements since then in what they require. I think there's room for improvement, but we will bring you back more legislation that we hope will help to fix this and be fair to all.
Okay. Mr. Moran? David?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name's David Moran. I'm here with my wife Paula, neighbor John, Derby Estates. Similar situation. We've still got some water issues. We met with you, Mayor, and Mr. Showalter and Mr. Ryan Quarles a few days after, and Mr. Leslie is right, I think. We discussed some situations. He was going to contact the state. Mr. Farmer came over with Mr. Shearcat, met with my wife. He seems to, I don't know if he's gotten back in touch with any of you all or not, but he sent my wife here an email, or a voicemail. He seems to think that this is a city issue, and I'm sure you're not surprised by that, but I guess what we need to do is find out. Mr. Goodwin's not here, right? Because apparently he pulled some plans. I don't know how long Mr. Goodwin's been gone. Are you aware of the fact that the plans were pulled and there was supposed to be a drainage ditch that was supposed to have been in place, apparently that never has?
We're still searching for an actual subdivision plan. I know it's there. We thought we had it, but we cannot find an actual drainage plan. We are aware that the plat references a drainage easement. We're also aware of the fact that at one point there appears to have been a swale there, and it has either been filled in by development or filled in naturally. It's like an investigation. We're having to go backwards in time to try to find these things
Are you
out.
working with the state, or is it just the city planning and zoning only?
This is the city working on this.
They said that swell was 10 foot wide.
That's the easement.
Easement and the swell, that's what I'm saying. There was a 10-foot area where the swell was in the middle, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
So
Yeah.
you're telling me with this easement that this water should be running on top of the ground in between these houses?
That's the problem is for some reason, there was able to be both a utility easement and a drainage easement going right over the same piece of property, which baffles the mind. But yes, that is exactly what the plat indicates, is behind those houses, all the water runoff was meant to go, and the clear evidence of that is the gigantic drainage pipes that are at the end. You don't put in drainage pipes like that unless you're planning on a flood coming through there at some point.
Was there aerial view that showed that?
At one point, there was a aerial photograph with, they used a special camera that helps to measure, topography, that showed a swale there. I think that was 2003. Don't quote me on that, but it was a while ago that showed. We're pretty sure that, again, that has been either eroded away or is filled in, and also, fences have been put up, which does affect the flow of water. I'll tell you this: we also met with Mr. Quarles. We have some concerns. The state is saying we're only increasing the water flow to your area by this much. But
Which is false.
well, here's the thing: it's true the way they look at it, but it all comes down to the way you look at it. There's a giant area from which the water comes to that point, and they can measure off one area and say, well, this is how much we're increasing the flow. But if they come on down a little bit further, it grows and grows and grows and grows. And the proper way, we think, to measure the addition of water to an area is to include all of it. And I won't lie to you, they're the state. So if you go and you tell the state you are carrying out your function incorrectly, you don't have a whole lot of ground to stand on to challenge them. The best that you can do is to apply pressure. Our plan, as I and Kyle have proposed it, is to go in there, have an engineering study done to determine exactly why and what. And that includes the history, and to essentially determine what's going to cost to fix it and what's contributing to it and who ought to be responsible. And if the state has caused as much of the impact that everybody seems to think, then we would go to them and say, look, here's our evidence. And we would request that they chip in. That's a perfect world.
The particular route of that road, I don't think when that Tim Tam went in 2002, is that right? The route of the bypass, I don't think was set. Well, I mean, it wasn't even set along 460, with the entrance around Western, wasn't even set there in 02. So I don't know if the route is going as close to Tim Tam as it was. I mean, so I don't even know if there was ever even a plan that that land that the water would come off of would ever be anything other than vegetated pasture.
On Derby, right there, was that it was going to be further out down on that property towards that other small road.
What was going to be further out?
Long Lake.
Oh,
Long Lake to that next little road. It's further out, and it's away, and it would allow the water to spread out.
When was that, though?
This was in 1999.
But see, I mean, I don't think it had been determined at that point.
No.
And what easements they can get and can't, or what do they have to condemn, can determine a lot.
After I lived in the neighborhood, I figured that out, that there was nothing out there that you could.
Andrew, let me ask you just a question. I mean, obviously, we've got these two problems specific tonight, and Mayor, and maybe for the rest of the council to think about this. And I know you all are doing a lot of work on this, probably spending quite a bit of time on both of these issues. And Kyle's pretty much a one-man show right now. And I know planning and zoning, they have their staff and they have their other responsibilities. At some point, it may be wise or justifiable to consider bringing in an outside entity that specializes in this type of work, to let them come in and knock out the issue, bring us the findings and the facts, and then let us make the decision. I don't know if we need to tie Andrew to try tie Kyle up.
That's the
So
point.
yeah, I mean,
We've actually got two issues in Derby Estates.
okay.
We've got a separate issue that may or may not be related, where water is undercutting another bridge and the retaining wall is buckling.
Yeah, and I don't mean that in a bad way of tying him up. It's not.
No.
I mean, this is an important issue, and sometimes you bring in the experts that specialize in that area, that know exactly what they're doing, and let them get in there, and they've got the resources to knock it out and bring answers to us quickly.
And the plan is to bid out a design and consulting of
That
both of
incorporates
those
both.
issues. But we we're not currently under contract with anyone to do that scope of work.
Right, that would
So-
come back to us,
And it's gonna
obviously.
be, it's gonna be over 10,000, so we're going to bid that out.
Sure.
So, but that is the plan.
So that's what you're thinking about doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Incorporating both problems.
Yeah, there's just no way that we could do this
Right.
study ourselves.
So those discussions
We'll
are
look
taking
into that,
place.
David.
Absolutely. It is,
If the council will give us permission to do
You want any
that.
suggestions?
it's front
I
and
don't
center
think
on
you need
Charles'
to.
radar, I promise you that.
Well, I'm not giving you
It
any.
is.
In terms of like the mitigation for the road, I mean, the mitigation of the water going down to Tim Tam off the road, off the bypass. I mean, short of a retention basin, what other solutions are there? I mean, I know.
The only other
Kyle's-
solution is to put back what was originally intended to be there, and you probably will have to put it back at a much greater scale, which is a swale of some type. You also have the possibility of putting a pipe in there, but a pipe, according to Kyle, actually can worsen your problem because it increases flow rate.
Goes faster.
It goes faster and it undercuts quicker. So part of the study will be, what do you do about it?
Yeah.
And what does it cost? And what are your options? What does each option cost?
Well, we do know that we have to, I think we've already contacted Owen County Electrical. Them lines have got to be moved out of that.
They gotta come out
Yeah,
of
They
it,
got to
you're
come
right.
out. Now, I
They're
don't know how
close.
much effect that's going on, but it's got to affect probably all of you all over there, because they're open. They're out laying on top of the ground.
Cable, also, telephone?
Well, all of it, everything over there is going to have to be moved out.
Well,
And been putting in an easement like that is just, you
yeah.
know.
We can talk about this all night, and we can bat ideas around, but we really need the experts to tell us what
I
to
agree
do.
with that. And if the council will give us permission to do that, we'll certainly do that.
I would ask you
I mean, it needs
to,
to be, it has to be done.
to continue to move forward in that direction, bring us back
Put
a
it in the motion.
proposal.
Make a motion to it, and we'll just, I think
Mayor,
we should.
I'll make that in a form of motion if, you know, that we go to some outside professional service provider.
I'll
and let-
second it, Mayor.
Let your office determine who that is.
Okay.
Get a handle on it.
Mhm.
Any further comments on this?
I have one question for our citizens. Did you have any flooding, how much flooding did you have, or how much water did you see come through there before they built the bypass?
Very minimal, it wasn't nothing like it was now. As a matter of fact, there was a
Yeah,
swale,
it was worsened by them putting the street in and causing the change in by backfilling in for the house at the end and backfilling all the houses, and it's made it like this instead of like this.
Which street are you talking about? Tim Tam?
Tim Tam.
That's what we suspected was
Yeah,
an
it was
issue.
flat. They should have never put houses in there, and I'm telling you, I'll tell you again and get it on record. I came to the engineering department in 1999 when I moved in that house in December, and they started coming back there and then started surveying in 2001. I said, you guys gotta come out here and get a handle on these people. They got a grader in there and they are cutting into that side of that hill like nobody's business.
There are plans that show Tim Tam Trail not being a part of the
Right.
original.
That's what I got when
And
I bought my house. I
I
got it.
think what happened was there was another large piece of property that the developer wanted to expand to,
Didn't get it.
found out they couldn't get it, so they stuck that Tim Tam Trail on the end,
Right.
and it was very tight quarters there.
Right.
And we think, well, we have no proof, or, you know, it's
It's their,
can't assume, but it resulted in that swale that was there kind
Go
of
away.
Coming out.
coming up a little
if
bit.
that was a separate
Built
phase,
in.
if that was a separate phase of development,
Well, it
it
wasn't.
should be, well, I mean, a separate
and even in
part of the original development.
cul-de-sac where we live, it's all kind of like in a bowl, and it all drains right down in our backyard.
There's no drain
There's
in-
no
on
drain
that
for this
street,
to run.
period.
So there's no staff report regarding Tim Tam Trail,
We're still looking.
or no motion by planning and zoning that you've been able to find regarding, I mean, if it wasn't part of the original development, that addendum, that trail would have
Well,
had to been,
I don't think, here's the
planned
thing is,
and-
it made it into that original plat, but there are other documents that show that it wasn't originally part of it.
Who was
And
it?
you know, here's the sad part about all this, and we're all grown-ups here, and as property owners, all of you here know, that you wouldn't want that in your backyard. The pictures you've seen here, right?
Right.
Right.
Nobody wants that, and we all know we have a problem. The thing is, we can, like Mr. Lusby said, we can sit here and talk about this all night, it's not getting anything accomplished. All we're asking as property owners, property taxpayers, that we can get this addressed as soon as possible. I mean, that's fair enough for all of us. We've dealt with this problem and dealt with it. It's like this young lady here, apparently there's some water issues in this town. You know, you want growth, but this sticks a red flag up. We need to address this. And again, I'm sure you're trying to do all you can do, but
Every time it rains, it's just gonna get worse.
In
Every
our
time we
yard,
think about this summer when it rains.
it's gonna be
We come to
nothing.
our house and we go fishing.
Well, I'll second Mr. Lesby's motion regarding trying to get, professional services. But the reason we talk about the history and trying to figure out how this happened is that we don't want it to happen to other homeowners, down the road, 10 or 20 years down the
But
line.
Karen,
So that's the reason we talk
originally,
about
when
it.
this happened and there was water, it was clean water.
Okay.
Now it is like a river. And now it gets in within 3 feet of our home. It's not,
So
and
when-
it swells. I mean, there's no grass. It's dug
It rolls
holes.
like a creek.
Yeah, it
Oh,
just,
it's not-
Come out, and look
So
at
when
our
it was,
backyard.
I drove out there the other day. Of course, it was a dry day when I drove out there. But so before, when it was coming down, it was just coming down in between where the kind of the ditch is coming down. But now it's coming down up into.
it just,
Problem is, it goes fast enough because of the angle as you get, if you know anything about hydrology and creeks and stuff, you start getting eddies. And you start getting working that under the grass. It doesn't show up on top of the grass, it starts working under it because you've got 3 or 4 layers of dirt there. In our backyards, the kind developer only put 3 inches of dirt. So you have the backfill, everything, Mr. Boatwright's house, don't we have a big piece of concrete between our house? And I took an iron digger and I stopped at this point because I couldn't lift it out with a bobcat. And they backfilled, and I don't know telling how much is back in there that they, the developers on both sides of it just dump stuff. This
Mr.
was-
Boatwright, are we addressing your concerns also? I know you're here.
Yes.
So is Reggie.
Well, we know that we talked to Ryan, Mark and I and you, and we were sitting in the office the other day when they just came from out there, and he said, well, we planted the vegetation to stop, but I said, it's not going to grow this time of year. You're not going to get that vegetation. What you put on there is going to just wash right on out. It's not going to happen.
I just come back from the state of Georgia and the development they're doing just this last week, and the stuff they're rolling out on the ground for red clay to get it to grow, they had grass coming up, but it ain't cheap. It looks like carpet and it's sown 3 times, and you gotta get out with a truck and water it every day, and that takes some state money, but it'll grow.
Right.
It's like kudzu, it will go everywhere. But these guys are, they're throwing Kentucky.
Ryegrass
31
or
out
something
there,
like that, and that's it.
Pitching it and going and expecting, it's not gonna grow in July. I can't get my garden to grow without throwing 2 gallons of water on it every other day.
You had to move your garden.
Yeah, I moved my garden
Well, we will,
third time.
we will get on.
The water garden.
Look at that outside.
Might as well.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Mayor, can we go ahead and take a vote on that motion?
Yes, we did not. We just got a first and second.
Why am I talking to you about?
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll do that. This, okay, you guys are taken care of also, Mr. Boatwright? Okay. Ms. Darlene, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Wilson, and mine is simple. I'm just here to ask for street closing for our annual Friend Day, which is this Saturday and Sunday. I'm starting at Mark Street and up a little bit from Prospect Street. That's it. And if you don't mind, I would like to hand out flyers so they can know what is going on. This is an event that we have every year, and it's a community event that's for everyone. It's a 2-day festival.
Got mine today.
Okay, great. You have yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Need a motion, Kelly.
Second.
Second by Ms. Jackson. Any further discussion? I know you're all welcome to come up there.
Yes, come out and have a good time. It's a community-wide event, and it's for everyone.
I hope it's in the 80 degrees too.
Oh,
not the 90.
it probably will be.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Have a great one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Okay. I have one more item that came to my desk today that I want to make you aware of. It's the Wedco Rabies Clinic. I'll read this to you. It's from the District Health and Home Health Agency. Scott County Rabies Clinic on July the 8th. at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock p.m. $5 for rabies vaccinations. The rabies clinic will be held at the following locations: Stamping Ground Elementary School, Dr. Hancock will be there. Cleveland Animal Clinic, 114 Gilbert Avenue, Dr. Cleveland. Central Kentucky Veterinary Center, 930 South Broadway, there's several there. All Four Paws, 102 Finley Drive, Suite 108. And then Sadyville Pavilion, All Four Paws. Should you have any question, you can call the Scott County Health Department. So again,
From 6 to 8?
6 to 8 on the 8th, and it's $5 rabies shot for your animals. All right. City Attorney, City Clerk. Second reading of the budget amendment ordinance, it's sponsored by Mr. Tackett. I'm sorry, that's one I penciled in. Zone ordinance.
Yeah, we apologize, we left that off, second reading of Mr. Langford's ordinance.
You ready?
Ready? An ordinance relating to changing the zone from agricultural A1 to commercial B2 for property consisting of a total of 0.696 acres more or less owned by James B. Bevins, situated on the west side of South Broadway, U.S. Highway number 25, aka Lexington Road, to the rear of Bevins Motor Company at 1175 Lexington Road, adjacent to and bounded on the south by the Giles property, adjacent to and bounded on the north by Lesby Path, in the city of Georgetown, Scott County, Kentucky, and known and designated as portion of 1175 Lexington Road. Whereas the application of James B. Bevins, whose address is 1175 Lexington Road, Georgetown, Kentucky, 40324, having been filed with the Georgetown Scott County Planning Commission on the 3rd day of February 2014, requesting a zoning classification change for 0.696 acres, more or less, from agricultural A1 to commercial B2, said property being situated to the rear of Bevins Motor Company at 1175 Lexington Road in the city of Georgetown, Scott County, Kentucky, and whereas the matter having been heard publicly by the Planning Commission on the 13th day of March 2014, pursuant to the notice according to law and with quorum present and voting. And whereas, after taking testimony on the application and fully considering same, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the application, which it found to be consistent with the community's comprehensive plan. And whereas the City Council's adoption of this ordinance, after fully considering the application, record, and recommendation of the Planning Commission, shall constitute acceptance and adoption of the Planning Commission's recommendation for the grant of requested zoning classification change for the subject property as indicated above. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council, Georgetown, Kentucky, as follows. Section 1, that the Georgetown Scott County zoning ordinance be amended to show a change in the zoning classification for that certain property containing a total of 0.696 acres, more or less, from agriculture A1 to commercial B2. Said property being situated to the rear of Bevins Motor Company at 1175 Lexington Road in the city of Georgetown, Scott County, Kentucky, all in accordance with the application for same. Said property being more fully described as follows. See legal description of property which is the subject of this zoning classification change from agricultural A1 to commercial B2 attached hereto, incorporated herein, and more a part thereof by reference as Exhibit A. The subject property is further identified on the drawing attached as Exhibit B. Section 2, that the Georgetown Scott County Planning Commission is hereby directed to show the zoning classification change on the official zone map and to make reference to the number of this ordinance. Section 3, that this ordinance be read for the first time on the 23rd day of,
First time.
First reading. The 16th day of June 2014, and read for the second time on the 23rd day of June 2014, and became effective on the date of its publication.
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
This is second reading. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lesby?
I'll recuse.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Penn?
Yes.
Mrs. Tingle Sames?
Yes.
Mr. Showalter?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mrs. Tackett?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good
Thank
to
you,
see you,
Mayor.
always. Okay. All right. Next, we have second reading of the budget amendment. This is sponsored by Ms. Tackett.
An ordinance amending the annual budget ordinance for fiscal year July 1, 2013 through June 30th, 2014. Summary, general fund, property taxes are increased by $100,000. Occupational license fees, net profits are increased by $450,000. Electrical permit revenue is decreased by $50,000. Intergovernmental revenues are increased by $260,063. General government expenditures are increased by $21,131. Police department expenditures are increased by $29,525. Public works expenditures are increased by $30,050. City council expenditures are increased by $14,000. City clerk expenditures are increased by $8,600. Building inspection expenditures are increased by $7,000. Community services expenditures are increased by $12,938. Transfers to other funds are decreased by $63,000. Recycling fund. Prior year revenues are increased by $31,663. Intergovernmental revenues are decreased by $10,663. Recycling expenditures are increased by $21,000. Landfill fund. Prior year revenues are increased by $2,994. Landfill expenditures are increased by $17,794. Drug forfeiture fund. State revenues are increased by $39,880. Expenditures are increased by $25,000. Business park fund. Revenues from sale of property are increased by $95,895. Transfers from other funds are decreased by $63,000. All ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance are hereby repealed. This ordinance shall take effect after its passage and publication according to law. The full text of this ordinance is available for examination in the City Clerk's office, 100 North Court Street, Georgetown, Kentucky, 40324. Publicly introduced and read for the first time June 16, 2014. Publicly read the second time June 23, 2014.
Second reading. Any discussion? Motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lesby?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Pan?
Yes.
Mrs. Tingle Sames?
Yes.
Mr. Showalter?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mrs. Tackett?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have second reading of the fiscal year 2014-15 budget ordinance. This is sponsored by Mr. McEwen and Mr. Penn.
An ordinance of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky adopting the annual budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2014 through June 30, 2015 by estimating revenues and resources and appropriating funds for the operation of city government. Summary. Section 1. Adopts by incorporated exhibit the fiscal year 2014-2015 budget of the City of Georgetown, Kentucky as follows. Governmental funds. Prior year revenues, $1,509,925. Revenues. Municipal taxation, $2,051,000. Licenses and permits, $16,094,702. Fines and forfeitures, $65,000. Intergovernmental revenues, $4,241,720. Charges for services, $130,775. Other revenue, $22,500. Other financing sources, transfers, $5,692,912. Total city revenues, $29,808,534. Expenditures, general government, $1,192,910. City council, $150,774. City clerk, $208,685. Police, $5,140,977. Public works, $1,905,044. Fire, $4,713,263. Code enforcement, $65,337. Building inspection, $367,026. Dispatch telecommunications, $1,307,012. Utilities, $474,000. Community services, $4,223,572. Capital outlay, $8,280,562. Debt service, $1,202,275. Transfer to other funds, $533,376. Total city expenditures, $29,764,813. Proprietary funds, prior year revenues, $659,435. Revenues, sanitation, $1,815,000. Recycling, $150,798. Landfill, $136,000. Cemetery, $259,767. Other revenue, $2,175. Other financing sources transfers, $475,252. Total proprietary revenues, $3,498,427. Expenditures, sanitation, $1,708,477. Recycling, $307,596. Stormwater, $389,985. Landfill, $136,000.
Tracy?
Yep.
I just got the nod that we're reading the wrong.
Yes, you
version.
are.
Oh, people.
Start where?
Not the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Oh,
That's the higher on the sanitation building.
oh, so we're still on page 2. Awesome. Sanitation, $1,758,477. Recycling, $257,596. Stormwater, $389,985. Landfill, $136,000. Cemetery, $323,208. Transfers to other funds, $631,288. Total proprietary expenditures, $3,496,554. Section 2, authorizes the mayor, except as provided in the Georgetown Purchasing Policy adopted in Municipal Order 11028, to enter into any contracts or engagements necessary to fulfill the operation of city government within the allocations listed in this ordinance. Section 3 provides that if any section, subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is for any reason held unconstitutional or otherwise invalid, such infirmity shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance. Section 4 provides that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance are hereby repealed. The full text of ordinance is available for examination in the City Clerk's Office, 100 Court Street, Georgetown, Kentucky, 40324. Publicly introduced and read for the first time June 16, 2014. Publicly read the second time June 23, 2014.
Second reading. Motion for approval?
Yes.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Glad we got here.
Heard.
This is a rough night for you, isn't it?
Mr. Leslie?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Penn?
Yes.
Mrs. Tingle Sainz?
Yes.
Mr. Showalter?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Mrs. Tackett?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes. We'll write that down, Mayor.
I was gonna say, that might be your first out of 12.
That's a good
Thank you
one.
very much.
That's good.
It is a good budget.
Thank you all.
And thank you, Stacy. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Second reading of an ordinance regarding animals and animal control, sponsored by Ms. Tackett.
An ordinance amending Chapter 3 of the Georgetown Code of Ordinances related to animals. Summary, Section 1, amends Section 3-24 of the Code of Ordinances to repeal the provisions of licensing of dogs and cats. Section 2 amends Section 327 of the Code of Ordinances to change the procedure and requirements for impoundment of animals and livestock pursuant to the chapter. Removes the authority to issue civil penalties. Section 3 amends Section 3-33 of the Code of Ordinances to specify the officers authorized to enforce the provisions of the chapter. Removes the authority to issue civil penalties. Section 4 amends Section 3-34 of the Code of Ordinances to remove the authority to issue civil penalties. Modifies the criminal penalties provision. Section 5 provides that if any portion of this ordinance is for any reason held invalid or unlawful, such portion shall be deemed a separate provision, and such holding shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance. Section 6 provides that this ordinance shall become effective upon adoption and publication. The full text of this ordinance is available for examination in the City Clerk's Office, 100 North Court Street, Georgetown, Kentucky, 40324. Introduced and publicly read for the first time June 16, 2014. Publicly read the second time June 23, 2014.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question for Andrew.
Go ahead.
Last meeting, right before we left, I was reading over the ordinance and I asked you, I brought up earlier about that I had some concern about the fact that if you had a second offense on this ordinance over an unspecified period of time, if, for example, if Fido barks twice, over an unspecified, period of time, there is a provision in here that you could be, you could go to jail for 90 days. I don't know if district court, might, there's real potential the district court will give you that sentence, but still it's in there. And I saw that we had struck out a lot of the civil penalties. We'd struck out the civil penalties, all of them, and we're made this now a criminal matter.
100% criminal.
Why did we do that?
Because you can't have both.
Okay, but why did we make it from civil to criminal? Why didn't we leave in the civil?
Because civil is nearly impossible to enforce.
Do we have civil penalties regarding code enforcement?
We do. But with code enforcement, you have abatement.
Mm-hmm.
You can go in and you mow the grass and you can bill them, and then you can either take them to court, or when their property sells, you get the lien paid off. But with animals, what abatement do you have? And what...
The dog stops barking?
Well,
And then and whatever fine you have, you tie, I guess, to the property.
Sure. I think that you could certainly do it that way. Yes, you can.
Could you do it that way? The reason, what you said at the end of the last meeting, and if I'm characterizing this wrong, tell me, but you said, when I asked you why we're making this criminal instead of civil, it's because the county attorney specifically wanted it that way.
Well,
could you make it?
Both.
Could you adjudicate this, or not adjudicate, but enforce this through civil penalties rather than criminal penalties, this ordinance?
Yes. If you want us to go to court every time we cite someone for animal control, we can certainly do it.
Well, you're going to court now in terms of criminal.
Well, I'm not going to court on terms of it. It's the
County attorney.
It's the county attorney.
But somehow somebody's going to court.
Yes, but understand that the civil docket is substantially different than the criminal docket.
We've had, issues regarding code enforcement. One that leaps to mind and stays there in the last year. And it has been addressed well through the civil process, to where there's been a lot of abatement on that particular piece of property. And we've had other code enforcement that have gone through the civil process rather than the criminal process. And I just don't think we need to start treating this like through the criminal process where somebody's dog is barking too much.
Was this discussed in your committee meetings?
I don't think that particular issue was the subject of discussion.
But both you and Mr. Williams think that's the way it needs to be?
That's the way to put real teeth in it. It'd be akin to having a civil penalty for every parking ticket.
Right.
Instead of issuing them a parking ticket, you take them to court every time you give them a parking.
That's been the clear message that this council has said that they wanted, were teeth in this ordinance, literally and figuratively.
But it's kind of rough. The dogs need to hush. If you live next door to a barking dog, it's nothing more annoying than a barking dog. But are we going to start taking people to jail over barking dogs? And sometimes that can be used neighbor against neighbor just because neighbor didn't like each other kind of stuff. So are we opening up when we start to do that, we're putting somebody in jail because their dog barks? Are we going too far with that? It's a tough situation.
I don't remember us ever talking about making this a criminal process, and I agree with Karen. I think this sends us down a bad road and really could be some potential abuse out there among neighbor versus neighbor. But I don't remember us ever talking about going down this road of making this a criminal offense rather than a civil offense, absent the problems as far as trying to enforce the ordinance through the current county animal control interlocal agreement.
There are, my only answer to that is there are multitude of violations in our code that are considered criminal offenses. And civil offenses are available, but they're generally reserved to things that are more easily resolved administratively or in a court.
On a practical level, though, if somebody knocks on your door and gives you a civil fine for $50 on the first offense, $100 on the second offense, $200 on the third offense, I know there are going to be problem people. I mean, we have problem people regarding code, regarding, living up to the building code or the sanitation code. But that doesn't mean that we then turn around and start putting people in jail or potentially.
Just because you give someone a criminal violation doesn't mean you start putting them in jail either.
Yeah, I know, but.
I just don't see that
But the
happening.
possibility of that happening within this ordinance is there in black and white, so I can't vote for it.
Bob, I'm just going to say that if you switch it from a criminal to a civil penalty, what enforcement authority have you given animal control? And the answer is you've given them none. Because it all falls on me. I'm the only one that can take them to court.
Exactly. I mean, I don't have a problem continuing on these interlocal agreements, but if we're starting to talk about putting people in peril of being incarcerated for a second offense of our animal control ordinance, simply to stay within the interlocal agreement,
Then
that's a bridge too far.
I think the solution is if it's that big of a stumbling block, that you take out the possibility of jail time and you simply make it a criminal monetary penalty across the board. But I do not agree with taking the criminal penalty aspect out.
Isn't
I
it
can't
up to the
agree.
judge as to whether or not they give them jail time?
Yes.
They can give them a fine, right?
Yes.
But even if they go to court, don't they have to have proof that the dog's barking before there's ever
Yes.
anything filed?
Yeah, first they have to be
Same as
convicted.
civil,
First they have to be convicted.
but the same thing as civil, right?
Right.
The criminal just puts more teeth in it, right?
The criminal, it's not about teeth necessarily, it's about the process that you establish and how difficult it is to run something as simple as a $15 fine through the civil court system. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily any easier to run it through the criminal system, but the criminal system flows a lot faster,
Yeah.
and it's got a lot more weight behind it. So you go out to someone's house and you first say, okay, well, first I'm going to give you a warning, and the second time I'm going to come out here with a civil fine of $15. And it's not worth anybody's time to go to court over $15. But the person should they should say, I don't want to get taken to criminal court over a barking dog, so I'm going to do something about it.
Right.
Whereas the threat of being taken to court, to small claims court over a barking dog, isn't really that great. I mean, I'm just being honest. It just isn't. It has no... That's the reason why people let their yards grow up so big, is because we go in there, we mow it down, and we send them a bill which they don't have to pay, because it's not worth your time going to court over $50.
Can we take the incarceration provision out?
I don't know. Sure. No, there's nothing that says we can't.
We also had some discussion at our last meeting about the officer's discretion on the scene, whether it's animal control or law enforcement. I don't see how, I mean, you mentioned there might be abuse of neighbors. I don't see how that could pan out or play out, because it's up to the sworn officer, the animal control officer.
Got it.
Discretion. So it wouldn't, I couldn't foresee it going past that without some other unethical behavior.
Well, it's a violation or it's not. The officer's discretion is in whether it's a violation or whether to issue them a citation, a criminal citation or not. They have that discretion, and they can exercise that discretion infinite number of times. If they go out there 5 times and there's a legitimate excuse each time, then they don't have to cite that person. Once they cite them, it comes out of their discretion, it goes into the court's discretion. Then becomes a matter of how the county attorney prosecutes it. And then you've got 2 levels of discretion. You've got whether the county attorney is going to prosecute and to what extent, and you've got the judge's discretion as to what kind of, assuming they are convicted, what kind of penalty they're going to get.
What was in the last meeting where we discussed this? Was it criminal in that particular?
What last meeting?
When
Karen,
Karen
first reading?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't changed their.
So that's not changed at all.
Not since the last reading.
You know, I've got 2 dogs, unfortunately.
Me too, unfortunately.
Karen's gonna call on you.
I wouldn't want to, yeah. I agree with Mr. Singer. I mean, I wouldn't want to take the incarceration out of the ordinance, the incarceration part. I'm not real big on that, on the
That
incarceration.
is still the
part.
judge's decision whether or not he wants to give someone jail time.
You're taking the authority from the judge if you do that, aren't you? In a sense?
No, you're
Not?
not. No, if you want to take the criminal penalties out, you can take them out. The judge upholds the law as we write it. You give the discretion to do it, and there's a possibility the judge will put it in there. To my knowledge, we can take those criminal penalties out. Now, that's something I'd want to discuss with Glenn, but I believe that was part of our conversation.
I mean, if you want to keep the fine provisions and run it through a different process, rather a more efficient process than the civil process, and that's the criminal process, that's fine. But I mean, if you leave that language in there, you open up the possibility that that could happen, and I think that's not something I want to see.
You do. My only defense to it, and it's not a very strong one, it's just, I'm just trying to point out the obvious, is that no, well, I want to say no, it would be an extraordinary circumstance for a judge to order jail time for a barking dog issue. It would not be extraordinary circumstances for a judge to order jail time on an animal cruelty issue, but
We don't have animal cruelty. Do we have animal cruelty provisions in our ordinance, or is
we
that state
do.
law?
We do. We absolutely do, but there are also state law provisions.
Yeah, there's
on
some pretty
animal
strong
cruelty.
state laws.
The question is, what happens, and I'm not familiar enough with the state law provisions on animal cruelty to give an answer, but what if there's a situation where it falls out of state animal cruelty and into city animal cruelty? Or it becomes an issue where the person has been to court 3 times on the dog that has bit another dog, not bit a human, or has chased a car, or has otherwise done something that is a menace animal. And the dog has been impounded, and every time they go pick the dog back up, they pay the fine to bring it back, and it continues to be a problem. Are you going to just keep increasing the fine? Or are you going to just keep giving them a $50 penalty, taking them to court? I mean, for their effort is simply to go down to court and to have to, face the judge. But if the maximum that the judge can do is to say every time, here's your $50 penalty or your $500 penalty or what have you, maybe that's enough, maybe it isn't. I don't have a preference. I consulted with Glenn and we put that in there. That essentially mirrors those provisions in there. They don't state it outright, but that essentially mirrors a Class D misdemeanor. A $500 fine and the jail time essentially mirrors Class D misdemeanor time.
From my perspective, I guess we've got the county attorney and the city attorney advising us to keep it this way. I mean, I have a hard time going against that recommendation.
Well, and it's the guy who's going to be doing the enforcing. It's our county attorney who's advised us to go this route. I would agree.
There's a motion and a second.
Here's the motion in a second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lesby?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Penn?
Yes.
Mrs. Tingle Sames?
No.
Mr. Showalter?
No.
Mr. Singer?
No.
Mrs. Tackett?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay, very good. Next, we have resolution accepting the municipal road aid.
Is that me?
No, I mean, they had in their packet, they just need to make a
Motion.
motion in a second.
Motion.
This is
Yeah.
to accept the grant. We will have the
Second.
follow-up meeting to determine what roads get what
This is for next year.
Yeah, for next year.
Now, we're supposed to
already
have,
been-
we haven't had, we have the public hearing after the choices, right? After
Yes.
the roads,
Yes.
the choices,
Yes.
but after,
That's when you get.
what's in the sequence? What's in the sequence? It's not a choice. Sorry.
We have a motion and a second.
We give you a motion.
There's a.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. No, no.
Okay, finance, municipal order approving property insurance.
I'll just ask if there's any questions on either. We are renewing our property and liability policies with KLC. Our agent is here if you have any questions.
I have a technicality issue on, it's not with, it's where the municipal orders are written.
Yeah, I did that, so it's possible.
Yeah, I heard you had a hand in that. The municipal.
Oh, yeah.
The municipal orders are stating the finance director and the city attorney, or the HR and the city attorney. It really should be, whereas the mayor should be recommending these
Can we
to the
just strike
council.
those out?
Yes, please.
I copied from last year, so.
You change that language in there.
Just amend that.
Tracy, if you'll strike that on both of those.
And Karen, you're making a motion to
All
amend?
three of them.
All three of them.
All three of them
We
is
all
on there.
copied from the same one, yeah, obviously.
You're making the motion, and we have a second. Okay, by Mark. That we strike these.
Strike city attorney and.
Yes.
Finance director and just say the mayor.
There's the mayor.
Okay.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Good catch.
Was that?
That was a motion to amend, wasn't it?
That's just to amend, yes.
Okay, so we're amending all three, not you and Megan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
You're welcome.
Who is our agent? I mean,
David Livingston here with Road
David,
Group,
yeah.
and they're agents for property and liability, and believe, is it, what's the, Lewis Wolf is the agent for
okay, workers' comp.
workers' comp. Of course, it's all through KLC, so it is all the same, as far as bidding would go, it's all through the KLC.
We need a motion and
Different
second on
You need a motion and a second.
approving the
on each one.
property insurance, right?
Motion first.
Second.
Okay.
We're just doing property?
Yes.
They're separate.
Yes, it's property insurance.
And we saw decreases on every line except what, the Cardone property insurance?
I'd have to look at an individual line item.
I mean, on the, well, the property insurance renewal is for the city, I guess, the city buildings and then Cardone, but we saw decreases on the other two lines and then a small increase on the property insurance premium, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Checking that David to.
I'm just saying how good a job, we did, so, good.
Okay, any other comments?
Not me personally, but you and the rest of this.
All in favor, aye?
David.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, MO approving liability insurance.
Motion.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Good.
Kelly.
Okay. Discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Ms. Megan, Human Resources Municipal Order approving workers' compensation insurance. You can tell the difference there.
You can tell a difference. I think that our return to work program is really, really doing a good job in reducing the claims cost. Instead of having employees who are going home and drawing a temporary disability check that counts into these costs, we're keeping the employees here at work doing some sort of work for us, and it's much more aggressive in keeping them on the job and healing. So I think that's doing a wondrous thing for us.
Motion, Mayor.
Motion.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to KRS 61.810 subsection C to discuss proposed or pending litigation against or on behalf of the city.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm gonna need
Thank
that
you.
piece of paper, Connie.
Action taken. Mr. Cartier, you're next up. Finally.
By means of introduction, I'm Keith Cartier with Kentucky American Water. My role there is Vice President of Operations. Charlie Boland, External Affairs and Key Accounts Manager, also with Kentucky American Water. So, in all honesty, I don't have anything to present. What we've talked about over time, this goes back a number of months, and actually initial conversation goes back a couple years ago. Kind of was alerting folks to issues that we have with, some of the developers in the area that no longer claim responsibility for fire hydrants. And as you all may or may not know, when new developments come in, you all say you need to put some hydrants in there and offer fire protection. And so you have a lot of developments around town that occurred. For whatever reason, you have a lot of developers or a number of developers who don't pay for the hydrants. Consequently, and some have disavowed, they're not our responsibility. So the position we're in, Kentucky American Water, is we are billing someone for something that they're saying it's not ours. So we've been kind of working over time, the last 6 months really in earnest, to give a picture to the mayor, to council, to engineers. Here's what the situation is. Here's where these hydrants are located. One of the processes we go through when we are about to do something about the hydrants, and typically the recourse that's available to Kentucky American Water is you turn things off. Someone doesn't pay their water bill, you alert them, say, hey, you don't pay, we're going to turn it off, and that's what you do. You disconnect services. Georgetown Municipal does the same thing for water and for sewer. So the recourse we have when someone doesn't pay for services is to discontinue service, not provide that service. So that's kind of where we are, and we've been there for some time. And one of the things that we do in advance of that, if we were going to discontinue service to the hydrants or fire service to a building, is we'll notify the tenants, we'll notify residents, typically to say, hey, just so you know, these hydrants will be removed from service.
Do you give them an explanation why?
I'm sorry?
Do you give them an explanation why? Because you haven't collected your...
We're limited into what we can share, quite frankly. So we say, take it up with blank, the party that's responsible. So in the case that we have here, we've gotten to the point where we're saying, hey, there's, I think, about 38 hydrants on a number of streets around town. And there's residents living there on the street. So there's no way that we want to disconnect fire protection to those residents. I mean, and that's kind of what we've been working through over the past 6 months or so, kind of going back and forth saying, here's hydrants we think Georgetown should consider taking over. Here's ones that are kind of private, there are private entities paying for them. So we've worked through over the last 6 months to where we've gotten to now. And there's a series of them that are out there poised for termination. And that's an area where we don't want to do any kind of removal of those hydrants from service. But unfortunately, that's the only recourse we have. So we're at the point where we're kind of asking, again, is Georgetown interested on a going forward basis? Not anything going backwards at all, not paying for anything that was provided for in the past. Just on a going forward basis. Is Georgetown interested in taking responsibility for these particular hydrants? Would Georgetown add them to your account of hydrants? You have right now on the order of 117, 120, somewhere in that neighborhood of hydrants with Kentucky American Water. So this would add another 38 hydrants to that account.
Is that the public and the private? What consists of the 38? The ones that are delinquent?
Yeah, there's 38 hydrants. The folks are claiming they're either delinquent or they've out and out said, not ours. We're not responsible. Don't bill us any more for them, don't send us any more termination notices, do whatever you want with them. They're not our responsibility.
That's the developers you're talking about, I'm assuming.
The account holders.
So they don't have a water bill that they're receiving either, though, do they?
They have this fire hydrant bill that they're.
But they don't have a water bill
Right.
that's being provided to their home or to their business?
No.
Okay.
So,
What does, Mr. Cartier, what does it cost? I don't understand the concept beyond a person, beyond a private homeowner water consumption. What's, unless somebody runs over the hydrant and you have to replace it or fix it, what's the cost involved? Why does this exist?
So when you think about fire protection, and you go back to even when water companies were first started ages ago, part of it was for potable drinking, but a big part of it was for fire protection. And so fire protection requires a big quantity of water all at one time, when you need it, wherever you need it.
Right.
So all the capacity built in is built in way back at the plant. The plant, all the size of the pipes coming from the plant, the tanks that are there, the size of the mains that the fire hydrants are on. You don't need those sizes to provide service to residential customers. Just don't need it. So the whole infrastructure, a lot of the infrastructure is built for fire protection. So the hydrant fees that are paid to Kentucky American Water are to cover the cost of that infrastructure and the occasional maintenance, inspection, testing of the hydrants.
So basically, I mean, because residents that are purchasing homes want better fire protection, they're paying a fee so that Kentucky American, in essence, pumps more water into bigger pipes. Otherwise, if there weren't hydrants, there'd be smaller pipes and less water.
Yeah, so in areas that there is not fire protection, yeah, you can use smaller pipes. And we have areas of our service territory where there is not fire protection provided. In some of the rural areas.
Are the fire hydrants the same, whether they're public or private?
Identical.
They're identical? Why would there be a difference in cost then?
That's an excellent question. Last rate case that we had before the Public Service Commission, we had applied for an increase of both rates of cost of service. From my perspective, it's really unclear to say why there's so much more, it's almost a double the cost.
Right, twice as
But
much.
the Public Service Commission last time in their order said, you can raise these, but you can't raise those. You can't raise the municipals, you can raise these. So I can't explain it in total. The cost of service studies that are out there get back to that capacity for all the plant. Quite frankly, I think a number of years back, we had asked, for consideration of would these be rolled into just general rates, and I'm going to say have them invisible to most ratepayers and most customers. And the Public Service Commission at that time declined that offer.
Did they give a reason why?
I think some of the reasons, now this was before my time, so I understand the reasons to be primarily of, if they're already in general tax revenue, people are already paying hydrant fees, or the government is collecting taxes for it. There wasn't necessarily the confidence that the local government would lower their tax base because now all residents or all customers are paying for that. From a public service perspective, commission perspective, it's also the cost is typically targeted for those who are causing the cost to be incurred. And, so is it fair for a customer that has water service but not fire service somewhere else to have embedded in their general rates the cost of fire hydrants? So there's cases to say, well, it's not that fair. There's other cases that I would make a case is it's so minimal in those other areas that we don't provide fire service, it's almost negligible. So we would certainly be open to that, rolling things into general rates, not necessarily having a public fire hydrant rates. That's not the case right now.
What are other communities like Georgetown, how are they dealing with this issue?
I couldn't answer specifically about Georgetown, but I understand that they do not bill for hydrants. So if the fire department asks them to put a hydrant, they put a hydrant.
Who pays for that?
All of the customers that pay water bills in Georgetown.
No.
Not specifically.
Other communities is what he's asking.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be the same thing. I mean, look, for other communities, where...
What do you all do in other communities is what
What
he's
do we
asking.
all do?
Yes.
Yes, they pay. So Lexington Fayette is our largest customer, thousands and thousands of hydrants. So they pay for the hydrants.
Fayette County does.
Fayette County.
What other counties or cities are you in then,
We don't
contiguous?
have fire protection assured in other areas as of now.
What about Scott County? Because I know you're doing Scott County.
We have fire protection in Scott County.
And who pays for the fire hydrant in Scott County?
I would say it depends. Scott County or any entity that contracts for them.
But you're not sure exactly what the,
No, I couldn't tell you how many accounts there are out there.
do you have any in Bourbon County?
I don't know that we have fire protection in Bourbon County. And let me differentiate. You may see a hydrant somewhere that's out there for water quality purposes. It may be a blow-up, and it may be out there because because we've put it in, or an area that we might have purchased had installed something before, even though it wouldn't sustain fire flow ratings. So there still might be a fire hydrant, what looks like a fire hydrant, out in some outlying areas, but that doesn't mean that it's capable of providing fire flow. It may mean it's there for water quality and flushing purposes. So occasionally we will flush lines using those blow-off or those kind of hydrants.
What about
They look identical.
What about Versailles or Woodford County? Are you in Versailles?
We don't provide services. We have areas there that we do. I couldn't tell you if they have contracts for the hydrants.
To your knowledge, is the situation, the relationship that we have in this ordinance, is this unique, or are there other communities with private water companies providing fire protection that do similar?
We do, across American Water, we are very similar. American Water operates in regulated operation of 14 states.
Yeah.
Dozens, hundreds of cities, and it's the same.
I guess what we're trying to determine is this ordinance whereby essentially we are putting the fee on the bills, you're collecting it, giving it to us, and giving it back. Is that unique?
I don't know that I can answer that precisely now. I can do some research to find out. My impression is there are other hydrant fees out there, that you would not be alone. But I will tell you, I don't know that that's the predominant way to do it.
How long ago was it that you all went to the PSC and said, can we do this as general rates?
I'm not sure. It was before my time. I've been here 6 years, 6.5 years. So it's at least that long ago. I'd put it in the neighborhood of between that time and 10 years. It's not so long ago that it's ancient history. But
And do you think if the city that you contracted with would support that might sway the PSC to allow you to take that from a hydrant tariff to a general fee?
I would say it would never hurt, and to have the support of a city going in arguing for the same thing that we might be arguing for, I think that would be positive. So if Georgetown and Fayette County join forces, as an example, and say, hey, we don't want to, can we roll these into base rates? And we say, doesn't matter to us, we support it, then it's up to the commission to make a decision on it. Yeah, in this case, what you have and what we're faced with, what you all are faced with is, you have residents paying a hydrant fee. It's supporting hydrants, but it's not necessarily supporting that hydrant in front of their house, as it were. And that's where the position we're in with these 38 hydrants.
I don't know if we're in there.
If you took out the hydrants, let's say you didn't provide a hydrant for those 4 or 5 people that's in the areas, then are you taking that hydrant fee off their bill?
No.
And why not, if you're not providing a hydrant for them?
Because that's what our ordinance says we do. Our ordinance says that we charge that fee to everyone in the Kentucky American Water Service area, regardless of whether they get hydrant service.
What if we change the ordinance?
That is a
That
possibility.
needs to be updated tremendously.
Yeah. I think if I go back to the intent was, well, that's the only places that would be covered by Kentucky American hydrants, right? That's why it's there to differentiate places that were annexed, places that weren't originally part of the proper. So if you go, to me, if I think of the intent, it's those residents should contribute to the fire protection and that's afforded them. because that's kind of why you live in the developments, you like it, you have the fire protection there. And I don't know that it goes back to what commitments, what developers were involved, over what timeframes, that, you know, they had expectations, we'll put them in, but as soon as water's in there, you know, someone else takes it over. We don't have the insight into that, into why you get to the points that we're at. All I know is that we have customers that we're billing telling us we're not responsible and we're not paying. Do whatever you want with it. In effect, I mean, they're not that.
Yeah, you know, the other, you touched on earlier, and I asked you about it, but, you know, you could have a fire hydrant on this side of the street that's a private at almost $80 a month, and one on the other side of the street that's public at $40 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And to us, or at least to me, that just doesn't seem fair whatsosover.
Well, let me.
Especially when you say the hydrants are exactly the same.
Let me position it like this. In fact, from my perspective, it's a legitimate question. But if Georgetown accepts them, they're on the public hydrant rate. They're not $80 a month if they're on a public hydrant.
And I guess my question earlier was, what other communities are doing it like just exactly what you just described?
In terms of?
Are they all on the public rate?
No. So there are public and there are private. And the private contracted hydrants pay that private contracted hydrant rate. And the public contracted hydrants pay the public contracted hydrant rate. So in Fayette County, there are areas that are served by private hydrants.
What
And
pipes
there
are they connected to?
I'm sorry?
What pipes are they connected to?
Our water pipes. There are hydrants. We own the hydrants.
What constitutes the private versus the public? Maybe I misunderstood.
Well, it's probably a misnomer. So if we think of public, I think of public hydrants as something that's contracted for by municipalities or municipal entities. And I think of everything else as a non-municipal hydrant. So any entity. You know, a shopping center that has fire protection on the outside. The Amazon warehouse down in Fayette County. A lot of private entities contract for private fire services and private hydrants. These that we're talking about were never, if you go back and think of, again, context, it was never a concept, I don't think, that these would always be private hydrants. These were residential developments that once the developments took off, the developers are out, right? Now it's just a residential development, part of the city, part of the infrastructure is there.
Yeah.
So
then where does the distinction between public and private? I mean, if we accept a street in a development or accept a development because of its percentage of completion, those streets become city streets. Is that what constitutes?
That's the threshold under our
Right.
ordinance that makes it go from a privately paid hydrant to a publicly paid
Okay.
hydrant.
So, but it's my understanding that developers, some of the developers who put the infrastructure in, the cost, it's their cost, and they haven't paid it to Kentucky American. Not in totality, but in some cases.
in terms of the contract, so to get the hydrant put in the first place, right? So they'd sign a contract with us saying, if we're signing up for X number of hydrants.
Right.
They would sign up for X number of hydrants depending on the direction that they would have received from the local fire department. So they're not out just deciding themselves to put in the hydrants. They're required to by whatever zoning you all have.
Right.
So they put
And then you put them in. Or they put them in physically, or they contract with Kentucky
They
American?
contract with us. So they would pay us, typically how it works for the water company, for our water company, for any development. The developer pays the entire cost of the infrastructure up front.
Right.
And as residences are added to that, the developer gets a refund of some proportion of that. And that can extend for up to 10 years. So over time, many developers get that entire thing reimbursed from Kentucky American Water. Because by that point, if we have a lot of customers, or we have the whole section in use, that would be, that's kind of what you would want. That's what we'd want, so the developers get refunded their money. So, but initially, they would pay that, but we pay them back, in effect, buying that infrastructure from the developer. They put it into our specs.
But is the concern, is part of the concern the several, the tens of thousands of dollars that are owed? Is that correct? From the developers in those sections?
Yeah, these hydrants, and that's probably too much information. We're not really at liberty to disclose what somebody owes. So even the developer, just on order of magnitude, is tens of thousands. These are long-standing, so you can imagine how long we've gone, and in some cases, some of the developers have gone without paying for the hydrants.
But you did sign a contract with every one of these developers to put these in the system, right?
They signed a contract.
So you have a contract with every one of these developers, which you haven't collected on in
There's
sense.
not a term in the contract. So in terms of steps, what we go through is we quit paying. The step would be to terminate service, the same as any water customer, that would be the first step.
So in other words,
And try to collect afterwards, after termination, is like the follow-up steps that we would attempt to get to with anyone who owes money, whether it was developer, residential customer, or some business entity.
Is there anything in the law or in your tariff that prevents you from skipping step one and just going directly to court?
I don't know that I don't know the answer to that, Andrew, if there's anything specifically that prevents us. I know that we've gone through with the commission, Public Service Commission, kind of wrestled with these issues with them, and in effect, the direction we get is we all go above and beyond what we should do, or what we need to do. You know, it's pretty clear from their perspective. If a customer isn't paying, you shut off the service.
I have a question. I kind of don't understand why, maybe it's very naive, maybe, and the question is, I don't really understand why you would want to cut off a hydrant. Even if the development, let's say it's partially developed, you still have customers that are there that are paying a hydrant fee. The developer has put in, and if he's not finished out, let's say he abandoned the property, abandoned the rest of it, went bankrupt or whatever happened. Well then, but you still got the initial fee for him. He was the one, the developer was the one that paid the upfront cost on it. And if you still have a few customers paying the hydrant fee, I don't understand what you're out, what you're losing.
The hydrant fee doesn't come to us.
But we go back to you with fee.
The dollars that you pay us for the hydrants that you've contracted for.
Yeah, but there are a lot of individuals that pay a hydrant fee directly to you.
No, we turn that directly over you. We don't, all we're doing is a collection agency. We collect it and hand it to you. Then you write a check for us for your hydrants. So all the money that you collect from us is your money to do what you want with. What you pay us is only for those hydrants that you've contracted for.
So then,
but you got your money up front when you put the pipes, laid the lines. You got that money that covered the hydrant, correct?
And again, but in many of these areas, those are developed.
Okay.
So we would have refunded in many cases those.
Your rate case appendix says that you can charge $79.77 for each private fire hydrant contracted for by industries or private institution. Are you telling me that they do not pay that to you?
That's correct.
well, it's on the water bill to you.
The hydrant fee is on the water.
That's right. That's what he's asking about.
We do not have in our ordinance anywhere where we directly collect a hydrant fee from private developers. I may be misreading it.
No. Developers, the hydrant fee is in the ordinance that you instituted, is a mechanism that you all have to collect money to pay for the municipal hydrants that you contract.
On the public hydrants.
Yes.
Not the private hydrants.
Correct.
How do
Once we
you-
take the
right.
streets over.
Right.
What is your mechanism for collecting it from the purely private one? Let's say a developer puts in a hydrant tomorrow. Do they get a bill from you saying to pay to the address?
$79.
Okay. And they get that every month?
Yes.
I think that's what,
And that money goes to you,
Yes.
and then it goes to the city of Georgetown?
No. It's two completely separate things.
All right, well, the private one, where does that go? That goes directly to you.
Yeah. So what I want to separate is the Georgetown hydrant fee, that line item that appears on the residential bills, commercial bills, any bill that we provide water to. There's a line item, Georgetown hydrant fee. All we are is a collection agent for that fee. We collect that fee, and it goes right to you. It's cleared right to Georgetown.
That's on the public.
That's on any water bill.
it's
Forget
collected
hydrants.
from everyone, but it is based on the number of public hydrants. The formula is
So why wouldn't they all
the
be?
number of hydrants in the city times the public service charge, $41.60, times 1.15, which reflects a 15% administrative fee, divided by all of the customers in the Kentucky American service area. So it's paid by everyone, but the base number is based on the number of hydrants that are public.
Should they all be public then?
What we had suggested several months back was, we suggested that these look to us like they should be public.
I'm talking about every fire hydrant in the city. Should they all be public?
I think you would have some
Yeah, the
at
answer
the
is
commercial
no.
space, around a
Right.
shopping center or something like that.
Well-
That entity's
Well, let me ask you that
Those
question.
aren't,
Let's-
those aren't in controversy, though.
All right, but let's say, well, they kind of are. Let's say that it's Walmart, for example. They're on Kentucky American. They put on their own fire hydrant. So
They-
that's to
they-
protect their
yes.
store. There's a public road that goes in there. If there's an accident on that public road, is the fire department allowed to use that fire hydrant to save a life?
Yeah.
Well, that seems like a public situation to me.
It is, but it's on private land.
Well,
I think
it's
that
a
the chief
public
would have
road.
to speak to I think it would become an issue if Walmart stopped paying the bill. It would. It would
I
be
know.
no different than a developer stopped paying the bill.
I just think this issue is broader than just this part of it.
Right.
Well, my question is, if you take that hydrant out, which I'm highly against, are you gonna leave the water line on? So you're still gonna sell water, you're just not gonna provide the hydrant.
My,
I don't agree with that.
are you aware?
And if there's any hydrant out there, if it's a hydrant, we need water, we're gonna stop and get it.
Sure.
Whether it's a blow off or not.
Are you aware when you discuss pulling these hydrants, and I assume that, to kind of summarize this, you're asking us to take over every hydrant in the city?
No.
You're 38,
Yeah, this is
38.
yes.
And these are from developers who have, one thing,
In residential areas, quite
Yeah.
frankly, that's what these are.
when these guys are telling you that this is no longer their responsibility, what is their rationale behind that?
We have to paraphrase. The residents pay taxes, it's in the city, and we're not responsible.
Even though they've signed a contract with you to extend your services into their development?
So I mean, it's not a good situation for anybody. It's not a good situation for us. It's certainly not a good situation for the residents there. And it's not a good situation to place you all in.
Your developer sells
Based on what Mark's suggestion is, we're asking you to consider taking these over.
for the rest of his
Provide
life, you can lease them and install every lot in there.
I think we provided
think
kind of a
so.
map. Here's kind of the hydrants that are looking like when people are sitting there.
And that's why it's set up right now.
We don't have any leverage necessarily to go back and say, yes, you are.
Well, Karen and I were just talking, she lives in a neighborhood, as do I, with Kentucky American Water. And let's just say that one of our neighborhoods had just 50 lots in it, and the developer sold every lot. He's done. He's still on the hook for that fire hydrant, right? For the rest of his life. Actually, for infinity and beyond.
One of the
I think I
things
said that earlier. Right? I mean, that's the reality. That's not fair.
In some areas, what happens is there are entities formed, like a housing association.
Right, but many there aren't.
And many there aren't.
And that's the problem that you're in right now.
I think that's the biggest problem I've got, is that when you talk about the case for putting in a hydrant, I mean, you're talking about building the infrastructure from the plant on down. but most of that infrastructure gets paid off eventually. And you talk a little bit about maintenance, but let's face it, most of it's you're paying off that infrastructure. If you're cutting off somebody's water, that's because they're not paying for the potable water that you put in their pipes. And there's a case that you're making that water, that's an ongoing product, they're not paying for it, therefore you shut it off. When you're talking about shutting off a hydrant, all that infrastructure should be paid off. Or it's not like you can go and then take that infrastructure back out of the ground that went up to the hydrant. So I don't quite understand why the recourse is shutting off a hydrant.
But there really isn't paid off in terms of, like, you're buying something on a loan and you're paying it off. The rates that are set, process, and I'm by no means qualified to speak on rate-making processes as an expert. I know enough that I can talk a little bit about it. But the revenue requirements we get are total revenue requirements. So when the PSC sets the revenue requirements, they're setting it at a very, very macro level. They're just taking all of fire hydrants. And what's the total cost? What's the proportion of capacity and the capacity-related costs that are there? What's the proportion of maintenance and maintenance costs that are related there? So it isn't necessarily hydrant maintenance, but any kind of repair, a main break on a line that supports a fire hydrant. All of that factors into costs for the hydrant charge that you contract for as a municipality, that $40, $41 a month charge per hydrant. So there's a lot of stuff that factors in. The bulk of it is capacity.
We don't have, and I don't know where the cost of it is embedded within our own city water company for the western side of the city that is served by Georgetown Municipal Water, but we don't have a hydrant charge embedded in a bill. In fact, I think when you say, okay, we've expanded the city limits into country areas, that's really a misnomer, because all of the development that's happened on the east end of the city has been urban development in plan and in practice and in execution. You can point to a couple of 5-acre lots that you've expanded into, but by and large, that we've annexed into, but by and large, it's always been development that's been planned to be urban in character. And I think part of the plan of being urban in character is being urban in character in the same way that we look at it on the western end of the city, in that part of that is you're going to have hydrants and you're going to have water pressure sufficient and size line sufficient to put out house fires. And I don't really see your case as far as then coming into an urban city among people who've chosen to live here and live within the city limits, saying we're going to take away your hydrant because another third party isn't paying for it, when that cost has already pretty much been paid for by the extension of the lines in the first place.
Yeah, what I intended, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, what I intended by the comments that embedded in rates is it's invisible. The costs are all in the Georgetown Municipal Water Services things. It's just not called out. But all the costs that they do for maintenance, all the costs that they do to put in the ground, it's all in there.
I agree.
So that's what I was saying. It's already in there. You just can't see it. In our case, you see it because of how we're structured and governed by the Public Service Commission. So you actually see municipal hydrant charges. You see hydrant charges, where in many areas you won't see specifically hydrant charges. Like on the west side of town, you won't see Georgetown. They're not billing you for hydrants.
And I think is there a reason why private hydrants cost twice as much as public hydrants?
No, not to the degree that they are separated.
I guess that's my point, is that, well, when the big boom in development happened around the turn of this century, about 1999, 2000 locally, we put in a lot of extra houses on the east end. I think Kentucky American probably would have looked at it at that time as saying 10-year build out on a given plat means that we're going to be collecting $79 or $80 per hydrant on that plat, and then when the 10-year build out happens, the streets will be dedicated along with the hydrants, and then the developer or the private homeowners, or I guess the city, will be paying $40 a hydrant. So part of the business case of doing that was getting 10 years worth of $80 per hydrant. and having a private developer be in business and have the financial standing to pay for that. But you made the wrong prediction. You didn't know the economy would go down. You didn't know the residential development would go down. And now you're stuck with these bills. But I hardly think it's, I mean, this is a problem between you and private developers. It's not
Yes.
between us and the city.
And
I mean, you and the
I
city.
guess, again, I have a little different perspective.
Mhm.
Georgetown is deciding, here's when we'll accept it. That doesn't mean that Lexington has exactly that same acceptance.
Let's call it an ordinance.
So you have, here's what you do, and you have reasons for why you do it in that fashion.
I just.
Have we changed that in the last 10 years, the rate at which we accept the streets?
Percentage or whatever.
It's
So
not
it's-
been changed since 1999. Now, I'll admit, the language, the exact triggering language isn't perfect, and there have been varying interpretations of what it means. But it is consistently, at least for the last 5 or 6 years, been interpreted to mean street dedication and acceptance.
You could conceivably, you could accept the water lines and hydrants as municipal, as infrastructure. But I guess your point, I think, is you accept all or nothing, right? Streets, streetlights, water, the hydrants, the garbage, whatever. And until you accept it, you don't plow streets, you don't clear streets, you don't do anything.
We do the same with streetlights. We don't accept streetlights until the city streets are put in and accepted. It's kind of the same principle.
Well, there's a little difference because if there's a fire there, we go, well, the
Yeah,
street's dedicated.
sure,
right.
If there's a crime, the police go, so.
Right.
There's a big difference when it's public safety.
How much do you, since quite a bit of our city now is covered under Kentucky American Water, what is your annual income from our customers in the city limits of Georgetown?
I do not know. Find out, but I don't have an answer.
I'd be curious to know exactly how much you do take from the citizens to accommodate the water here. Because the three of us, we're Kentucky American customers. We're on that end of town, so be curious.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If a developer has disavowed, if you will, the fact that they owe you this money in a particular subdivision, and they go and they start another subdivision development, will you all provide them that contract even though they're in arrears on another contract?
There's limits as to what we can and cannot do. And as you are probably aware, there's a lot of different nuances to different LLCs and how they're constructed. So it could be exactly the same individual, and you could have 5 different LLCs set up, and we can't refuse service to one LLC based on that individual's involvement in another LLC. So we're limited as to what we can and can't do, but we try as best we can. If we can make the case, we'll make the case. This money follows that individual or that LLC. So you wouldn't want people just to, okay, we're not going to do it here, but give us a contract there.
You know, the concern that I have is, and I don't know if you've taken this into consideration, but when we determine that we want the hydrants as a requirement for development, there's a lot of things that go beyond that within our fire department. When we buy trucks, we take that into consideration. The way we staff our trucks, a lot of his department is based on that. And the ramifications of you considering pulling those hydrants is concerning to me. We put our, well, I won't say we, that action would put not only our citizens at risk, but it puts our employees at risk. So I think that it would be right for another plan to be developed. We can't let something like that happen. We're talking about a considerable portion of our town on that side of town. And I don't think that it's right it seems a bit aggressive, I'll say it that way, for us to say, you all are either going to take these 38 hydrants over, or we're going to pull these hydrants. That is a monumental step
Based on how many hydrants we're already paying for.
based on how many hydrants that we're paying for. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to me on several levels. One, that Kentucky American would enter into a contract with a developer that would appear to me to be unenforceable.
It is subject to the same limitations and same ability to collect as all of our other kind of water providing service contracts.
Well, and I agree with that, but providing water to a house for drinking water is not the same as providing it to a hydrant. So I'm not sure, what the answer is. It annoys me to a great degree that we have developers, and probably some still operating in Georgetown, who are putting us in this kind of a position.
Again, we're committed to work with, and we've been trying to do that for some time. So we're still open to doing that. If there's some other mechanisms, if you all have influence with developers, if you can apply some kind of pressure, I don't know, if you can help create homeowner association.
But we're a third party in this, though. We shouldn't be put in a mediating position.
From my perspective, we have our clear orders. Our customers there have said, we don't want to pay for this anymore. Okay?
Were they the customers that put in the
customers that have
did they
signed
put in the
up for
lines, and
the
did they
customers that
sign
signed
a contract
up
with you that they would do that?
That's what I told them.
that they would do what?
That they would pay you for the hydrants?
Yeah, I
Are
go
they
back
those
to, I don't know what
contractors?
I don't know what the expectations were and as the developers worked with Georgetown Planning Commission, et cetera, before. They might have signed up for that contract under, it's gonna be 1-2 years.
If somebody doesn't pay their water bill, their household water bill, do you come to us and say, hey, you need to the city needs to either pay the bill or we're going to shut off water to this house? I mean, you don't do that. The reason you're doing this tonight is because you realize this is going to be very difficult for us from a public relations standpoint in terms of shutting off hydrants. But we're not in the relationship in the inception. It's between you and the developers. Why you aren't able to collect, I can't say. But it's essentially between you and other parties that are not the Georgetown City Council.
Yeah, again, going back to if you contract, we're contracting with anybody. If you're contracting with anybody and they've signed up to pay you something for a service that you're providing, and they say, you know what, I'm done with it. I don't want your service anymore. Are you going to force them to still keep? Yeah, you have to buy it. We can't force people to buy that service from us. We've had the entities that have signed up are saying, we're not paying for it, we're done.
So what you do, you can't force the people that owes you the money for the hydrant, but you're going to make the people that's on the hydrant, that line that needs that fire protection, suffer. That's paying for it. And what would happen if you went out there in one of these neighborhoods and you shut off 2 or 3 fire hydrants, and we had a major fire over there, and we lost several lives, and we lost several homes? Then how would Kentucky American feel?
Well, it's exactly, your point is exactly why we've been trying to work through really hard the last 6 months and going back 2 years ago when we first came to you with the issue. And this isn't new to us, and this isn't something that we want to be in a position to do. And I hear you keep saying, well, it's our problem with the developers. Our problem with the developers is collecting money that they owed us from services past. Going forward, they've made it clear we're not us. I can't force them to continue.
I might take issue with that, but now I'm constructing a legal argument here, and you'll have to forgive me. Our ordinance, I understand what you're saying. If somebody says, I don't want water service, they don't have to pay for water service. But our ordinance says that hydrants shall be provided and the developer or the owner shall pay for that service. And that tells me that you have a legal basis for saying to them, no, you don't have a choice, you must pay for it. I'm putting aside the whole whether it should be public, whether it should be private at this point argument, because it's not my, I don't get to make that call, but I do think that is one of the saving graces of the ordinance, is it at least contemplates that someone shall pay for that, and those hydrants shall be in place. You can argue all day long whether they're public or private, but the whole mechanism for having them there in the first place is based on our subdivision regs that say that, one, they have to be there, and two, our ordinance that says the developer shall pay for them. So if they are not paying it to you, I think you will have a legal recourse against them.
What if they don't exist anymore?
That's a good question.
Very good question. And a lot of the situations that he's facing is just that.
Right. Right.
And I'm not trying to argue what you all should or should not be doing. I'm just trying to make sure we have all the facts clear. I don't think that it's 100% accurate to say that you lack the ability to force them to have that service. And maybe it's possible that it's us that has the ability to force them to have that service. But I think that it is at least contemplated by the ordinance that those cannot be, that the developer does not have the option to say, I don't want it.
What if it's a business? What if Walmart says that?
I would argue they probably don't have the ability to do that. If it was required by our subdivision regs to be put in, then they have to stay in. I might be wrong. I'd have to. That's just my take on it at this point.
If there is something that you think you could pursue, we'd be happy to work with you to say, is that an avenue that we can pursue? To go down that.
When you turn off a hydrant,
Yeah.
well, I mean, like when you turn off water to a house that's not paying, you save the cost of pumping the water and making the water. If you turn off a hydrant, what does Kentucky American save in terms of providing the service? What do they save in terms of?
It really gets back to a matter of fairness from Public Service Commission regulations and the paying for service. So if we say, hey, just leave the hydrants in, it doesn't matter if anybody's paying for them, just leave them in. Then, well, how come I gotta pay for them over here? How come you have to pay for the other 117, but nobody's paying for these ones? And how come the residents somewhere else are paying whatever costs are associated with it when these residents or the entities, nobody's paying for these? So it gets back to that matter of fairness. When you're providing the service, you're providing a service to whoever kind of wants that service. And that's kind of where we are with you to ask you, do you want that service? I think, I'm not sure I kind of gleaned. I think I'm gleaning that it's been positioned more as an issue that we have with developers. And I look at it more as it's an issue for your residents and the provision of fire service to your residents. And residents are already paying a fee that we're turning over to you.
Yeah.
You're paying back to us for some hydrants, but you're not paying back to us for those hydrants. So when I look at it, and that's kind of why we're here, is I look at it more as, do you want to take over those hydrants, responsibility for those hydrants going forward? Nothing going backward.
Well,
Just do you want to take over going forward and have people have that be part of your municipal fire hydrant account?
I guess the issue as I see it is with this whole balance between whether it's public and whether it's private. In my mind, it ought to either be all private or all public. Because then you get into this argument of, well, that hydrant across the street is private, but this hydrant over here is public. And you have a terrible provision for determining that, and sort of a arbitrary provision, if you will. And then we get into this situation. And I think that, well, I guess what I'm saying is we have the ability to do it either way. We can either say, okay, from this point forward, all the hydrants that go in are public. and we agreed to pay for them. I think I'm hearing you say that that's how Lexington does it regardless.
No, there are some areas that.
Well, the ones that they contemplate remaining private.
Yeah, they take it. They take it.
But the ones that are, in other words, are built pursuant to a subdivision plan that is going to become public, automatically the city pays for it. The alternative is you go back to the Public Service Commission and say, okay, we want all hydrants. They're required to be put in by the public, but we're going to maintain ownership of them, and we're able to charge the residents directly for the maintenance of that. Either as a separate line item, or it's all rolled in and invisible, as you say. That makes it 100% private. We don't have the ability to control but one of those things. Is that?
I'm not sure I followed all the way through, Andrew.
What I'm saying is if you were able to go back and reverse what the Public Service Commission said when they denied you the ability to separately, to roll that into your general service rates. In other words, if you could roll that into your general service rates, you wouldn't care whether the hydrants were, quote, public or private. You get to charge for them the correct amount regardless.
Yeah, the revenue requirement that we have, if it was part of all the other rates, it would just be applied. There'd be a portion of it goes to residential, a portion of it to go to industrial, a portion of it to go to, so there would be a portion of the revenue requirement would be distributed. And the revenue requirement component for that wouldn't be called out.
So the problem is that you're stuck somewhere in between those two legitimate methods, in which is to say, some of them are the responsibility of the city, quote unquote, the city, but that's not really true because everybody's paying it, and then some of them are the responsibility of the developer with a arbitrary factor as to when they become the responsibility of the city. I completely understand that. I don't know what the solution is. That brings me to another point, though. I'm going to ask another delicate question. Do we being the city and Kentucky American Water, do we have a franchise agreement?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought from our research. And let me ask another question. If you did this in other cities, would the responsibility for the hydrant fee be a part of that negotiation necessarily?
I can't answer that specifically, but I know I have used this as a model. We have an agreement signed with Millersburg to purchase their water and wastewater assets.
30 people.
And one of the questions that came up is, because right now Millersburg is all kind of the cities, and hydrants are wherever they are, and there's no separate fee. So at some point, we'll have to determine, are any of those hydrants really fire code supporting, and what do you do about it? And one of the things I've used as a model with them is, well, Georgetown has this thing called a hydrant, an ordinance, and it's a hydrant fee that's on the customer's bill, so it's just, we collect it, give it to the city, they cut us a check for whatever the hydrants are. So it's not, as I said before, it's not unusual. I don't know that it's the predominant method across the country of how hydrant charges are handled.
Has the 4160 been in place since 1999?
That's gone up several times since then with rate cases.
Okay.
The last one was in what, 2011 or 12?
Correct.
All right, is that same fee being charged in other communities then, or is it just specific to Georgetown? Yeah.
It's wherever the municipal entity contracts with us for fire hydrant.
Okay.
It's wherever that is.
What if we were to put in place a franchise fee? And then we assume responsibility for all the fire hydrants?
But the municipal's still the same. I mean, the bill for the municipal hydrants would still be the same.
Well, we make them all municipal hydrants.
I'm sorry?
We make them all municipal hydrants at the same price point. And put a franchise fee in place to cover that expense.
And it's almost like, to me, whether it's a franchise fee or an increase in the hydrant fee, it's almost, right there, you're gonna calculate a fee either way. Whether it's gonna be the franchise fee that's collected from our customers and turned over to you.
It would be up to you to collect the franchise fee from your customers.
No, it's direct pass-through.
I think the question is this, though. I think what it ultimately goes down to is they're going to charge it to their customers regardless. But if and this was going to be my next question, if there's a franchise agreement in place, am I not correct in saying that that is much more likely to get the Public Service Commission to agree to it in the first place?
No, franchise fees are direct pass-throughs, so, you know, whatever.
But in other words, they're not willing to approve the separate add-on fee right now. Separate add-on fee would go away if there was somehow a franchise. Maybe I'm wrong.
Again, if we think about the franchise fee, the only thing a franchise fee does, it's a tax to the residents. It's, you tell us what you want us to collect, and we turn it around and pass it.
I think maybe we're leaving out a detail. If part of the franchise agreement was, there shall be no separate charge.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it from the regards of you can't, the franchise fee could not supersede any Public Service Commission kind of tariff rule regulation.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be, that would take precedence. So I'm not sure if you're saying you can do away with the Georgetown hydrant fee if there was a franchise fee that collected more money.
No, I think I'm saying that you're close. The franchise agreement, if the franchise agreement said that between the two of us, you weren't going to charge a separate hydrant fee, it was going to be all rolled into one, and you used that for your basis to take it back to the Public Service Commission to say, hey, will you approve us rolling this into your general rates?
Oh, I get it, yeah. So that would help support a case, but we would not be able to do that because you would in effect say, I want Georgetown's rate tariff to be different than every other tariff around.
I understand.
Did I understand this correctly, that if we accept the 31, does that not increase our water rates when we do that?
It would increase your bill that we would charge you. Now, the issue that you face is at some point, the hydrant fees that are collected from the customers would have to increase to make sure you're really able to cover that off. Right now, you have the fee itself is calculated, is kind of reviewed, should be reviewed annually, updated annually based on our cost, any new hydrants that are added, any new customers that are added, and you kind of base that on there. You may be collecting sufficient money for the rest of the year, or had collected so far this year to cover off if you were to take this. But at the end of this year, you want to do another true-up and say, how many hydrants, what's the cost, how many customers are there on average, and figure out how much does the hydrant fee. If we took over 38, how much would the hydrant fee have to go up to really cover the cost of all that?
So you're asking us to put a tax hike to accept those in, the city to accept those, and it puts a rate increase, which is a tax hike on the people in that area for...
1,800 some people.
The hydrant fee for all the customers served by Kentucky American Water in Georgetown is, again, that it's not up to us to calculate it, up to you all to calculate it. I'm just saying, if you took 38 hydrants, you would now have, instead of 117, do my math in my head, 145, and at $40 a month, that's that much more cost that you would have taken on in your municipal account.
If that subdivision was built out and we took on the hydrant, would it really be taking the rate up then?
Yes.
It continues to take the rate up then as well?
Whenever you take over the hydrants, you have more hydrants. So what you'd have to assess, though, is, quite frankly, what's happened over time is you all didn't really update your hydrant fees for a long time. You just had such a growth in customers that it kept pace with the growth in hydrants that were installed and the growth in the charges for those hydrants. So you kind of, from our quick analysis, it seemed like you always were collecting enough money, but it wasn't because of this annual review provision. In this case, again, you could accept them now, part of the annual review. Do you need, you make the assessment next year, the end of this year, for next year, do you need to increase the hydrant fee to cover all of those?
I think
on your total hydrant.
One of the things that he's saying is, if this law doesn't change, we're not talking about a matter of if we're raising taxes or raising fees. We're talking about when. It's a timing matter. We, by law, have already raised the fee to its full extent. but we've set a timeline by which that raise occurs. And what they're asking us to do is to expedite that timeline. And we have the legal ability to do it. But it's a may, not a shall, according to our ordinance.
Right. So some of these delinquencies have been accelerating at a private rate.
They all have been accelerating.
They've all been at a private rate,
All.
when technically they're going to be public. It's, I guess, assume all of them will be public.
Correct. The moment that we accept them,
Yeah, and there's absolutely no difference in the true cost in terms of the meter or anything else.
zero.
That becomes our,
And I, you know, again, I wish I could give you a cost of service or real rationale. The only scale that has kind of a legitimate response is you're dealing with one or two. You don't have all these headaches. So part of the cost of service is what's your delinquencies? What are you writing off? What aren't you recovering? And so you can see we're not recovering for private hydrants. So some of the costs, so that means the other people that are paying for private hydrants are covering some of the costs of those over time. It's not a sustainable situation.
Yeah.
So from the standpoint of what difference would you see? Zero. What difference would the fire chief see? Zero. He doesn't see any difference now between a private hydrant, or between a non-municipal hydrant and a municipal hydrant. Whatever color they're painted, that's the flow you depend on. Yeah, but I'll see a difference if you take them out of there.
I would assume that some of the justification behind the higher private rate would be the risk associated with the development.
Well, that's what I think that's what, in a nutshell, he was just saying, that it's more difficult to collect from private than it is from public.
But that's part of the reason that you're able to get that higher rate,
Yeah.
is they're
Well,
assuming that risk.
No, well, they're all private until they become public.
Right.
That's true.
So, I mean,
Well,
that
not necessarily. No, again, I think in Georgetown it might be, but that's not necessarily the case everywhere.
okay, but at least for here, they all start off private.
Well, I guess.
And not in the county. I guess in the county, I know they do start off public, because you'll get the call and you'll install them as a public.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay. Well, I mean, that's additional work we need probably to address in our ordinance.
Well, what changes really would you contemplate in the ordinance? I mean, either you change the term of when it becomes a private ordinance, or a public hydrant on an ongoing basis, or you accept them in the interim, or you do nothing, and you let them work their way slowly through the process. But then we come back to the situation of what do you do about the fact that they're not getting paid and they want to turn off the hydrants?
So, and I don't know what all leverage, again, you have, and
Can't
how
answer
you
it tonight.
work with developers as something's in progress. You know, so is it something, do you have any leverage where you have an ordinance that you pass, that developers have, you pay and you go collect it from the developers? Can you shut down development for them? Can you, I mean, you may have way more leverage, in other words, to collect if that were an issue.
We can't even do if there's flooding.
They'd be at the public rate at the same time.
Isn't that the truth?
I understand what you're saying. We've got another issue that's similar.
It might be possible to do that, but I think you run into the exact same problem that you mentioned before, which is they go and they set up another LLC and then you're stuck.
Yeah.
We run into that problem with building inspection and tax liens and tall grass. Believe it or not, tall grass issues all the time. We've got developers who are way behind on tall grass fines, and they go and they set up another LLC, and what can we do? We try to track it down, but we have limits too.
We're not gonna make any decisions tonight, are we?
No.
We're not asking, put it this way, we're not asking you to make a decision tonight. We want to continue the conversation, want to continue to work with you. But I think it was important, one, to have the conversation with us as a group. We've been trying to work and continue to work. We're open to working with y'all. I can't guarantee well, how long. So how long can we continue to work? So maybe, again, we can follow up with the attorney, the mayor, and other folks as you might want to have interest in it. What can we do? Is there anything else we can do? And it'll allow you time to think about the possibility of kind of assuming responsibility going forward for those.
How do you physically shut down a fire hydrant? Do you take it out of the ground, or can you turn it off?
Both. So in the
Both
initial-
can be done.
Yeah, in the initial phase, what would tend to happen is there's a valve that turns off the service to the hydrant.
There is a valve.
And you would place a bag, something over the hydrant to say it's taken out of service. Before we would do any of that, we always go through the notification. So we sometimes have to do that just for normal maintenance. Line goes down, we would notify the fire department that this hydrant's going to be out of service for the maintenance, for this, for that. In this case, we'd say the line is going out of service for non-payment. I hope we don't get to that point. I sincerely do.
Me too.
It's not a position that anyone would want to be.
I've got two questions, and I can add on to what Kelly just mentioned. You know, we only meet twice per month, and, you know, I would think this is going to take a little bit of time to talk amongst ourselves and try to figure out the best course of action. But in the meantime, I would like your commitment. I can't speak for the rest of us, but I think hopefully everybody else feels the same way, that there's not going to be any door hangers hung on doors, that removal of those hydrants. And then the second part of that is there's not going to be any removal of hydrants until we can come up with a game plan moving forward. I'd like your commitment on that.
And I can do that. I'd like to caveat it or ask maybe for a commitment back. And we think we can have a resolution by 2 meetings from now, a month from now? Like if you're going to be.
I just want to be on the record as saying I'm shocked and outraged by the idea that that Kentucky American would even countenance the idea of taking hydrants offline. You guys made a bad bet with developers. It's a problem between you and the developers. We'll try our best to help you, but we've had a long and fruitful relationship the city has with Kentucky American. If it wasn't for Kentucky American being able to ramp up production, the Toyota plant, we would have been pretty hard pressed to get them in here because they were able to ramp up production to supply water out to Toyota. But I mean, it's stuff like this. I know one way we can avoid having a hydrant fee on bills is just to condemn the lines and have the city water service take over out there. I mean, if this is the sort of corporate citizen, the sort of partner you're going to be for us, is threatening the water supply and the hydrant supply for our residents on the East End, we'll see what happens with the rest of council. But I mean, I'm pretty pissed about it.
I'll tell you, I can appreciate it. I don't agree with the perspective of we're out here threatening to do something. This is the process that we work through with the Public Service Commission on how to address these. If we were trying to do this, we'd have been out here 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and they would have been out of service. But we didn't do that. That's not the style we have, and that's not the kind of corporate citizen we are. We came out 2.5 years ago to start the conversation. We're back out 6 months ago in earnest with detailed maps, GPS, and every hydrant's talking about it. We've gone back and forth a number of times. It's not something that says we're threatening to do this and we're putting you in a corner. We're just laying out, here's the issues. How can we work together to solve them? We're just letting you know that is the process. That's what we would have to do. That's the only recourse we have. And so that's it. So it's not a threat in any means. I mean, there's nothing more than how can we work? Here's the problem. Here's the issue. You got residents that have fire service that are paying a Georgetown hydrant fee, but the hydrant right in front of their house isn't being paid for. I mean, if you're there, you're paying Georgetown hydrant fee.
We're a little more fortunate, we're more developed, but the one behind us is one that's on your list that only had 4 houses, and I think it had 4 hydrants for 4 houses. So I understand what your circumstances was there, but now a new developer has taken it over and it's starting to develop. So, and maybe it's because our ordinance didn't set it out right, but it seems like the new developers should be picking up some of that while while the process is going, and I would think that would be something that maybe that you all could work out with the new developer, that you've taken it over and you're developing now, but maybe our ordinance needs to address it, I don't know. But there's a new developer taking that, so in a short period of time, there's gonna be houses out there, several houses that are gonna be serviced by not just 4x4 hydrants, so. But ours is pretty much developed out. There's a little bit of it still to develop. But yes, I don't like paying more money for water where we live versus where my mother lives across town, or where everybody else that's sitting on council lives across town. And every time I turn around, your water bill's going up more. And I keep looking at the water bill every time and thinking, it's not because my usage is going up, it's just because your bill's going up and I'm paying more and more for my water. So now we're talking about I'm going to be paying even more for my water and another, because we're adding more hydrants out there. So I'm not real happy with Kentucky American, and I kind of agree with Mark. You're not the best corporate citizen relationship for us, and somehow we need to get on the same page together. So that's why I ask you, how much money is Kentucky American making from the citizens of Georgetown? And I think it's substantial that it's an income that, because we allowed you to come into the city to run pipes and lines, that it's a substantial income for it. So I wish we could find a solution so that our citizens aren't being penalized because they're using your water, because you are definitely making an income off of our citizens here, but something we could come up with, that their water bill is not going to go up every time we add a fire hydrant onto it for their public safety. So, but anyway, maybe we can come up with something.
Again, I guess the means are that the ordinance is there so that you can apportion the residents in the newer, or in the service areas that we have, that you can apportion the cost of those hydrants to those residents. Because you could do away with the hydrant fee and just have everybody's taxes paid for it. It could be that it could be just embedded in general taxes. They chose to enact the hydrant fee to collect from those customers for those hydrants in that area.
But you could also choose, after, because the development pays for the hydrant, you could choose a different way to collect it from the city, could you not? Collect that $40? Is there any different way that you could collect it from the city, or not collect it? Or do you have to treat, or because you're under the public service, is every city regardless has to be the same?
Yeah, the hydrant rates for municipal hydrants across all of the state, for any area that we serve, are identical.
I don't know if it's quite as fungible, but you can pay for fees as well as taxes, because we've already covered the most of the cost of the infrastructure associated with hydrants, going from the plant on. Its infrastructure is paid, payable off infrastructure other than the maintenance, obviously. So if you're saying that you can't say it's something you can pay for with taxes and also something that you can pay for with a fee at the same time. It has to be one or the other. I mean, it can't just be part of the general tax, because that's typically not an ongoing fee or not an ongoing service. That's more about paying off actual infrastructure rather than a fee.
I think the way that we've treated it right now, and again, we wouldn't be having this conversation if we hadn't put that trigger in there. But the way that our ordinance treats it is, once it becomes public, it does become it's not a tax, because a tax is for general revenue purposes. This is a fee specifically to pay for the cost of maintaining those hydrants. Not maintaining, but the system that provides those hydrants. But the distinction is the fact that it is passed through the city, and it is not done 100% so. I think that it needs to either be 100% passed through the city or 100% privately funded. And I heard you say earlier that you're using us as a model for other cities, and I would sincerely urge you to not let this kink in the armor stay in any ordinance that any other city would pass that sort of sets up this criteria as when it switches. Because you need to make that trigger clear. Either it's when the hydrants are done and the hydrants are approved, or it's automatic. It's immediately. And in that case, you really don't need the distinction. If it's as soon as the developer puts it in, it's the city's responsibility or the county's responsibility, then you don't really need this ordinance. I mean, you need the ordinance to put the fee on. But don't let it get to this kind of situation.
Can you send us what other communities around us that you are providing the same service to, how they're addressing it, and whether it be Scott County, or it be Paris, or be Bourbon County, be Versailles, or Woodford County? You know, if the municipality is paying it, or if it's private, you know, what the situation is, and a little bit more specifics. Instead of saying, well, we're doing it both ways, I guess I'd like to know who's carrying the load of it. Is like, you know, I guess my understanding was in the county here in Scott County, you know, if it went in the county, they were covering the cost of it. But you're not sure about that, are you?
No, because outside of the county, there were some developers still that had non-pay and were shut off.
Okay.
So, again, the county would have to accept it, accept the service.
Y'all explored bonding with the developers to cover some of this?
You raise a really good point, is that can you defer or delay when the timing that this would be an issue? And one of the things that we are doing much more now is requiring developers to pay 3 years up front for the hydrant. All that does is defer, because 3 years down the road, you're in the same situation. The only thing that does is, it might lessen our loss, but it still doesn't address the issue of when a developer will say, oh, I don't have responsibility anymore. We're trying to do the same thing, tighten it up as much as you can, so developers are responsible until you find another entity to take it. The developers who go out of business as LLCs, someone has to assume responsibility, whether it's a housing association, a municipal entity. At some point, if the original contractor fails, for whatever reason, you still be faced with the same issue. It's just a matter of, to me, timing of when you face it. But it would, you know, something like that helps allow 3 years for a build out, allow 10 years, whatever the case may be. It's not an easy issue to address.
Anything you need to send, just send it to the office and we'll distribute it to anything they've asked for tonight, just send it to our office.
How would you like me to address it to you for distribution and?
Absolutely.
Send it to me and the mayor.
Yeah,
We'll get it
either
out.
way, we'll get it out to the council.
So, one of the things we'll do is be asked for what kind of revenue is generated out of.
From the city limits, yeah. Which you might break, if you can break Toyota out of that a little bit, and because we know they're a different entity, they're one of your biggest customers that you have, so if you can break them out of it, but the rest of the city limits.
And then any other, to do a little bit of research, a little bit more research, and get some specifics around.
Yeah.
For sales, we might have service in there, but we don't, in the area, but we don't have any hydrants. Woodford, we might have some hydrants, how are those handled?
Yeah.
That's it.
But you're also throughout Kentucky as well, though, right?
Owen County, parts of Owen, Gallatin, up in that area, some up there.
Are you
But
Nicholasville?
fire service, not Nicholasville, but parts of Jessamine County.
Okay.
But again, it depends on, is there fire service out in some of the areas, especially as you get just a little bit out into some of the rural areas, there is just not fire protection out there that from a national fire protection, you'd say is fire protection, it's a sustained load. You can go get water off the hydrants, and you take as much as is there, but they might not be a sustained fire flow.
Anything else?
Well, and the only additional thing, I agree with Mr. Singer's comments, but you mentioned that you've been working on this. You've been with the company 6 or 7 years. This is my 6th year on council, and this, I think, is the first time I've met a Kentucky American representative, and you mentioned this has been going on for 2 to 5 years, so I can't imagine we'd resolve it by July, but we'll work on it.
But you also have my commitment, we won't be posting anything, and we'll be removing hydrants from service, so we have a chance to get back together.
We won't let the issue die. I mean, no, we just can't.
No, you can't.
No, we can't let our citizens go without fire protection.
The best thing that could happen is somebody starts doing some development real
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all.
Council, you have any comments?
No.
Real quick, fair starts tomorrow night for whoever wants to come out.
Oh, yeah.
Kiwanis Club. Every penny that we take in each year goes back to this community.
You do a great job, sure do. Motion to adjourn?
Motion.